games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Welcome on into a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hey, it's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into, 310-840-4910. Well, we busted out the brooms for the second day in a row, Brad. On Sunday, it was my Knicks over the Sixers. And yesterday, quite predictably, although the Lakers had a chance to win it in the final minute, and they didn't, and the Oklahoma City Thunder, still unbeaten in the postseason, they sweep the Lakers. And how fitting. LeBron James, after he's played a pretty damn good postseason. You and I have been talking about that nonstop. He's been great. He's looked great. If they had Luka Doncic, who knows what this series would have turned into. LeBron had a floater with 20 seconds left to try to give the Lakers back the lead, and he missed it. And that was the closest the Lakers ended up getting after, again, holding the lead at one point in the final minute. And the Lakers lose 115-110. They get swept. And now, after the game, LeBron said he's going to recalibrate, talk to his family, not answering any questions. Doesn't sound like he's a guy that wants to retire, though, Brad. So I'll ask you your first thoughts on what's going to happen with LeBron, what's going to happen with this Lakers core after watching them get swept by the Thunder is what?
Yeah, I gave LeBron like a 70% likelihood he's going to come back and play another year. Whether it's with the Lake Show or not, that's to be determined. Look, this is a big case of like, what if, right? What if Luka Doncic were actually healthy? How competitive would they have been in reality in this series? Could they have knocked off the giant Oklahoma City Thunder, a team that everybody and their great-grandmother believes is going to, win another NBA title? Hoist Larry O'Brien and party in the streets there in Cowtown. But look, LeBron has still got gas left in the tank. And, I don't think he's going to want to go out like this, getting swept, which has happened now a few times in the playoffs in his NBA career. Only happened to a certain someone named MJ, Michael Jordan, one time. And that was very early in his career in which he played limited action. So, he's going to want to try to finish at least somewhat on top. Maybe it's not winning another NBA title. Of course, that is always the goal. But he is somebody that wants to go out on his own terms. And, getting swept, the broom's coming out in that situation, missing a layup late in that game. And by the way, Pat, fun fact, this is a Warriors Muse tweeted this out earlier today. LeBron James is now 0-11 in game-tying / go-ahead field goals in closeout, elimination, or NBA Finals games. So those were shots taken in the last 24 seconds. 0 for 11 in his lifetime, which is saying something for a guy that a lot of people argue is indeed the GOAT. I am not one of those individuals. I have never been one of those individuals, but I understand the people and when they stand their soapbox and, they make the hard and fast, argument that he is the greatest player ever to play the NBA game. I still feel it's Michael Jordan, but again, 0 for 11 in game tying / go ahead field goal opportunities in his NBA career really kind of sums it up. It's unfortunate, but you and I called it. We saw this a mile and a half away that OKC was going to come out and body slam, DDT, elbow from the top rope, whatever WWE reference you want to use. It was hardly a cage match at all, and they went down with the ship, and now they're at into the ocean's bottom. So it's unfortunate for LeBron. It's unfortunate for the Lakers. And again, what if, Pat? What if Luka were actually healthy?
Yeah, and look, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, to be honest, because as much as offensive greatness as Luka Doncic brings to the Lakers, we know his defense may have improved a bit. He would have been put in every single action that the Thunder did, and maybe Luka's offensive greatness, maybe it got him 2 games. There was a good chance it maybe Luka on the court might have won him 1. I mean, look, I think the best thing for the Lakers fans, for the Lakers front office, and for their future was that they got swept, because they can't actually ask themselves that, right? What if Luka played? And even the most delusional and irrational Lakers fans, and I know many of you are out there listening right now, the delusional Lakers fans saying, bro, what if we had Luka? Like, actually asking that, it wouldn't have made a big difference. It still would have been a beatdown. The Thunder, there was no shot the Lakers were beating them with Luka unless there was a major injury. Look, the Thunder didn't have J-Dub. They didn't have Jalen Williams. Now, Luka Doncic, way better, far superior player to J-Dub, but like, the Thunder had their second best player out. The Lakers had their best player out. Not exactly a wash, but you get my drift. So I'm glad they got swept, because we're not entertaining that conversation. We're not having that question. This is now on the shoulders of LeBron James. And I'll tell you this much, Brad. I think there is a 0.0% chance LeBron James is retiring. He's coming back for another year.
Interesting.
Yeah, and as much as I've been a LeBron, not even a fan, I've hated LeBron for most of my young adult life as a Knicks fan when he teased them with the decision only to go to the Miami Heat. As the years went on, I admired his greatness. I respected his greatness. I got over that as a Knicks fan in the last couple of years once Brunson came to the Knicks, and now they're a perennial playoff team and a title contender every year. But also, like, LeBron is the second greatest player of all time. He'll never touch Michael Jordan. He needed to win a title this year for that to have for that case to be a scenario. He's never going to touch Michael Jordan. And I say this with a lot of respect for the career of LeBron James, because the NBA game has gotten a lot further because of him. Contrary to what producer Brandon Combs and some other people think, that a lot of people flop because of LeBron and the game maybe is softer in some regards because of LeBron, I think it's nonsense. We all know LeBron desperately wants that farewell tour. He wants the attention. He craves it. He needs it. He must have it. He's not retiring. There is no chance in hell LeBron James is going to come out in another 2 weeks or a month and say, I'm deciding to hang him up. I'm retiring. There's no shot. He's coming back. It would be a giant mistake for both him and for the Los Angeles Lakers if he did come back to LA. It would be a mistake for the Lakers because, sure, maybe it's a 1-year deal, but LeBron, like, even if LeBron takes a pay cut, what does that look like? $45 million? $50 million? You're better off taking those assets, that precious cap space, which the Lakers still don't have a lot of, and spreading it out on some good bench players, because they have none. They have no depth.
Yeah.
And you're better off even splitting that amongst 2 really good players, fringe all-star players that can play alongside Luka Doncic. That's what the Lakers need to do. And it would be bad for LeBron because, I mean, he played second fiddle to Luka. He'd be playing third fiddle next year if they bring Austin Reeves back. That's another conversation. He's got a player option, which I think Austin Reeves would be wise to decline and test the open market. That's the next step after they find out what LeBron is doing. But Rob Pelinka and JJ Redick, wax poetic about LeBron. Yes, so we'd love to have him back. We'd love to have this core back, LeBron and Luka and Austin Reeves. I got news for them. That ain't going to work. They had a full year to make it work. And yeah, and again, Luka didn't play in this series. It wouldn't have made a difference. They're not even close to Oklahoma City, and they're not really even close to San Antonio right now. Bringing that core back would be a disaster. It would be a waste of time. It would be a waste of LeBron's final year, and LeBron knows it too. So does he really want to go out playing third fiddle for a team that really has no shot of winning a title next year? Or, Brad, does he want to go back home and finish his career with the Cleveland Cavaliers? And hear me out here. Hear me out.
Yeah.
I'm not killing the Cleveland Cavaliers season here before this series is over against Detroit, because they very well could win it. It's 2 games all. Game 5 is tomorrow. I don't think they're going to beat the Pistons. Even if they do, like, the Cavaliers would have to win a title this year with James Harden for it to make sense. So, in my opinion, once the Cavaliers season ends without a title, and likely without even getting to the finals, James Harden has a player option next year. You tell James Harden, go kick rocks, because we're going to trade you if you opt into that player option. You're better off declining it and hitting the open market, and you can go wherever you want. And you bring in LeBron to play alongside Donovan Mitchell, where he's not playing third fiddle like he would be with Luka and Austin Reeves, and he's the third best player on the floor. I think LeBron James at 42 years old next year would still be the second best player on that team behind Donovan Mitchell. And you pair him with Spida, and you keep the other members of that core, Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. And I think in an Eastern Conference, I'm saying this as a diehard Knicks fan, you got a much better shot at getting to the finals than in the West. LeBron would be wise to go to Cleveland. The Cavaliers would be wise to take LeBron, have him come back home, his farewell retirement year, his farewell tour, and they have a decent shot of winning the Eastern Conference next year. I don't care what you think LeBron's game in a year might drop off. We just saw him try to do most of it by himself against the Thunder. And yeah, they got swept and he got swept. He played pretty well. I think LeBron's best chance to finish off his career with grace, to finish off his career with pride, and actually have a realistic, decent chance on paper to make an NBA Finals is going back home to Cleveland, Brad.
I think that's a convincing and very compelling argument. And look, he is still a 3-category stat sheet stuffer. You're talking about points, you're talking about rebounds, you're talking about assists. You saw him really carry the mail. Shoulder load, as you laid out for the LA Lakers in this series. He's still got plenty of petrol in that tank, man. So yeah, it makes all the sense in the world for him to go full circle. Oh, you're a dirty dog for that, by the way. But I think it's an argument to have. Head back to Cleveland. You're entirely right that the Eastern Conference is going to be more up for grabs than the Western Conference, because guess what, folks? Oklahoma City's got the 12th overall pick in the NBA draft. They got all these guys under contract. The rich are going to continue to get richer. I'm probably going to add more trophies to the case over the next several seasons. I mean, it's a living, breathing, true dynasty if they do win the whole shebang again this year, and I feel they will. Although your Knicks could give them a handful, to say the least. I did want to share this real quick because I found it, and it was a fascinating graphic that Tom Haberstroh at my former employer Yahoo Sports put together about LeBron James. LeBron James at 4 different stops in his career, 4 different Hall of Fame career paths. So you go back to the Cleveland days in the 7th season, 6 All-Star appearances. Yeah, I didn't win any titles, but he was top 10 leaderboard points a number of times, peak win share of 20. He had a 99.3% Hall of Fame probability. With Miami, 4 All-Star appearances in those 4 seasons, a pair of titles, 19 peak win shares, 95.6% Hall of Fame probability. Cleveland, the second time around, Pat, 4 seasons, 4 All-Stars, 1 title, 14 peak win shares, 50.5% Hall of Fame probability. A little bit lower, but still on the right side. And then with the Lakers in his 8 seasons, 8 All-Stars, 1 NBA title, 10 in peak win shares, 86.5% Hall of Fame probability. That's astonishing when you think about it. Cleveland 1, Cleveland 2, Miami, and the LA Lakers, all of them favorable Hall of Fame resumes for the all-time greats, though the second best player in NBA history.
Yeah, and again, I think there should be a Cleveland Part 3, and I think it would be beneficial for both teams, and then that allows the Lakers to move on and build this team around Luka Doncic, which is what they set up to do when they traded for him. That was the unofficial passing of the throne, passing of the crown from LeBron to Luka. It is a shame we didn't get to see Luka and LeBron play on the floor together this postseason. It's a shame Austin Reeves, also wasn't 100% at the start of this series as well. Again, it wouldn't have made a difference. They were not beating Oklahoma City. So again, the best thing is to tell, and they could publicly say it all they want. We want LeBron back. We'd love to have this core back. behind closed doors. They should be telling him. They should be telling his longtime agent, Rich Paul. They should be telling Bronny, hey, and I don't even know what the hell would happen with Bronny, nor do I care. But they should be saying to LeBron,
I don't care either.
yeah, we'd like to move on and begin the next era. And there is a couple of different places I'm sure you could find in free agency to play out year number 24, your final season, if that's what you want it to be, but it ain't going to be here. And that conversation needs to be had. And I think the new ownership as well, that took over here this past season with Mark Walter after Jeannie Buss sold the majority of the family, Lakers ownership. Mark Walter is probably going to have to sit down with LeBron James as well and tell him, hey, this isn't Jeannie's team anymore. This isn't your team anymore. This is Luka's team. This is who we're building around. And then the first step to them beginning that process, once you no longer have LeBron there, is I think they need to re-sign Austin Reeves. They need to do whatever it takes. And that's a supermax extension for Austin Reeves. You pair Luka and Austin Reeves together, their efficiency, their net rating when those two guys were on the floor was the highest out of any of those combinations. When there was Luka and LeBron, Luka and Reeves, Reeves and LeBron, or all three of them, the best combo was Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, because Austin Reeves can play without the ball. He can be a scorer. He could be just give the ball to him, and he just goes downhill. But if you're going to build this team around Luka, which is what they're doing, Austin Reeves should be the sidekick. They have several other free agents like Rui Hachimura. I'd be okay with bringing him back because he literally could not miss from three-point land. He's a solid defender. He gives you size. But other than that, man, they need to bring in some actual front court players. DeAndre Ayton is a waste of time, and their entire bench stinks. They honestly need to kind of mold the Lakers kind of exactly how, and I give them credit, which I can't believe I'm doing this, how Nico Harrison built that Mavericks team around Luka, where it was a bunch of big, solid defenders and guys that didn't need the ball in their hands, and then he ruined it when he traded Luka. So that's what the Lakers need. They need big, solid, athletic, long wings and guys that can defend the rim and guys that can just catch lobs from Luka and guys that can shoot, guys that can play off the ball. Because when you had those three together, Luka, Reeves, and LeBron, it just didn't work. And the Lakers publicly saying that they want to bring them back, it's a nice PR stunt. They don't mean it because they know for damn sure they can't win with those three. Not a title, not even get to the Western Finals, nothing.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. And I like your assessment, too, on Rui Hachimura. I mean, he scored, 25 last night? The 40-plus minutes that he played, he was 4 of 8 from way downtown. Steady improvement from his game since coming to league from Gonzaga a couple of seasons ago. He would be that key third scorer, assuming Luka and, of course, Austin Reeves comes back. Rui, sign him on the dotted line. And you're cooking with gas. Make some of the other moves there in the front court, and the Lake Show could make a cannonball splash next year without LeBron.
Yes, they can. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. What do you think is the next chapter for LeBron James? Retirement? Does he come back to LA, or does he go elsewhere? I think the best thing for him, go back home one final time with the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the Cavs tell James Harden, go kick rocks. But yeah, the Lakers have, LeBron James was getting paid just under $60 million this year. That comes off the books if he doesn't come back. Other guys like Maxi Kleba, who they were still paying $21 million a year, gone. See you later. Luke Kennard, I'd be okay with keeping because he's another three-point shooter that you can bring off the bench. DeAndre Ayton has a player option. Please, save everybody the waste of time. Yeah, exactly. Go into irrelevancy. I would say the Washington Wizards, but they might actually be good now that they have the number 1 pick. Like, go play for the Brooklyn Nets. Go play for the Milwaukee Bucks. Go play for the Memphis Grizzlies. Like, get lost. He is a losing player, and you knew that was going to happen the second they brought him in here. This should be Luka and Austin Reeves, and then you find out to build a solid defense around those two guys. 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. When it comes to LeBron, everybody's got an opinion, so we want to hear yours. You can call the show, and you can text the show at 310-840-4910. You can also tweet us at BetMGM tonight. You can also get into the chat on the YouTube stream. Plenty of ways to interact. We want to hear your opinions. When we come back, we're going to preview T-Wolves and Spurs Game 5. Some major injury news to look out for. How does Victor Wembanyama respond after getting ejected last game? So a lot of hoops here out of the chute. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Now, a lot can happen in 9 months. Insert joke here. Think about it. Think about the miracle of life. And people can make their jokes, whatever. As a father, watched my wife be pregnant, watched her belly grow, sonograms, watch her give birth. This is all, I don't think, I'll speak for just for men. The male mind can really comprehend what goes on. We are dumb by comparison. I just want to sit and scratch my ass and play video games and watch sports and talk about it with all of you. Meanwhile, my wife is growing a human. Women grow humans. It's pretty unbelievable, right? So here is my question for everybody. What is more impressive in a 9-month span? Growing a human or recovering fully from a torn ACL? December 14th, 2025, Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL in a Chiefs loss to the Los Angeles Chargers. Monday Night Football, Week 1 this year, Chiefs-Broncos, September 14th, 2026. 9 months to the day. What's more impressive? Growing a human? Recovering from a torn ACL? I'm only being slightly facetious there. So here's my question for everybody, right? As it concerns Patrick Mahomes, who all reports have been, he's on track to participate in whatever form that is in all offseason workouts. Do you really think, seriously, that, and we can have the same conversation about Bo Nix, and the Bo Nix ankle thing is, I would not say it's worrisome as far as the regular season is concerned, but the can keeps getting kicked down the road, and the goalposts keep getting moved with Bo Nix and when he's going to return to workouts and offseason activities for the Broncos. And that's to a much lesser extent than Mahomes with the ACL, right? Here is my question for everybody. Do you think that A, the National Football League, and B, ESPN, would put Chiefs-Broncos in primetime, first Monday night game of the year, if the expectation was that Justin Fields was going to start the game? Or Jarrett Stidham. Like, I've had enough of the Jarrett Stidham experience after one game. I'm good. You can be into it. I'm not. You don't think the NFL, and I'm not saying they have the crystal ball and they know for sure there can be setbacks, but come on. Like, you don't think the NFL feels reasonably confident that Patrick Mahomes is going to play, that Bo Nix is going to play, and that this is going to be Mahomes and the Chiefs versus Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos? Come on. So if that's true, man, we got a freaking banger on our hands, man. The Broncos, with their proof of concept, they won the division last year. They played on Championship Sunday. They return basically the same team with Jalen Waddle added to the mix at the receiver position. Not bad. And the Kansas City Chiefs, presumably with a healthy Patrick Mahomes, with Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, now toting the rock in the backfield, and defensive reinforcements that I believe will transform this Steve Spagnuolo defense in an extremely positive way. With Mansour Delane at corner, with Peter Woods at defensive tackle, and with R. Mason Thomas coming off the edge. And when you think about this game, and we're months out, right? A lot can change. Chiefs-Broncos. If I tell you The game's in Denver. And let's throw point spreads out. Who's going to win the game? Who do you like to win the game? The Chiefs or the Broncos? Assuming Mahomes plays. Who's going to win? My sense is a lot of people, more than 50%, will say Kansas City. Because the Chiefs have Mahomes.
So never.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard. Welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Just getting rolling here on this Tuesday evening. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. All right, really quickly, just to recap what we talked about in the opening segment. Lakers getting swept. What's the future for LeBron James? I think he needs to go back to Cleveland, go home. Cleveland Cavaliers Part 3, one final retirement tour, one final year for LeBron. Neither me nor Brad think there's any shot he's retiring. But then what should the Lakers do with LeBron if he wants to come back? Probably not a smart idea for either parties. And then how should the Lakers rebuild this roster? So if you want to get in the mix on any of your thoughts on that, 310-840-4910. But Brad, we do have a big game coming up in about 90 minutes back in San Antonio. Spurs and the T-Wolves, a pivotal Game 5 tonight with the series tied at 2. And Victor Wembanyama coming back from that ejection, which was warranted. Lucky to not be suspended for this game. Game 5 here tonight. Spurs nearly double-digit favorites. Remember, they lost Game 1 to the T-Wolves, and Anthony Edwards miraculously returned after a 9-day absence because of that hyperextended left knee and bone bruise. He scored 18 points in 25 minutes, and the T-Wolves pulled off a stunner in Game 1. Then the Spurs won Game 2 by nearly 40 points. So what do we get tonight as this series has now turned into a best of 3? And first and foremost, before we get to the injury news here regarding San Antonio, Brad, what kind of performance are you expecting from Wemby tonight? How does he respond after that ejection? Does he play calm, cool, collected? Does he turn in a 30-point, 15-rebound performance in a revenge game, even though it's hard to say it's revenge because he rightfully got thrown out of the game? Does he maybe play a little timid? Does he play with his emotions too high still? What kind of Wemby performance are you expecting tonight?
He's on fire to go old school NBA jam on you. That's exactly how he's going to play, like his hair's on fire. I think Wemby's going to go nuts, going to go berserk. I think 30 points, entirely realistic. I think, 12 to 15 rebounds, entirely realistic. Hell, he may drop 5 dimes. He may drain 3 to 5 threes. He may block a half dozen shots. All he's got to do is rack the numbers. So as a result, I think San Antonio is going to win this game. I think the margarita is going to be flowing in celebration there on the Riverwalk. And old San Antonio, the Alamo City, is going to be partying hard tonight. They're going to have renewed optimism, although this series is currently deadlocked. Again, I have felt this entire time, Pat, this is going to go the limit. It's going to go 7 games. San Antonio get the edge tonight, especially with the partisan crowd behind them. We're going to see what their jersey game is. Are they going to go with the classic black and white Spurs uniforms with the gray mixed in, or are they going to bring out the Fiesta Riba uniforms? I mean, who knows And, maybe the audience will be, painted in those Fiesta colors, which are always one of my favorite throwback logos, that vintage logo that's out there. But the Spurs, they have been, a peak efficient. If you look at the net efficiency ratings, according to NBA.com, they're number 3 among all playoff teams, trailing only the Knicks, your beloveds, and the Oklahoma City Thunder in that category. But they are a whopping 10.8 points higher in overall postseason net efficiency than the Minnesota Timberwolves. So if you're just looking at, the advanced data and you're going full numbers nerd on that ass, you're like, yeah, San Antonio is going to just pummel them. I don't think that'll be the case. I think Minnesota is a very balanced squad. I think they're going to have their own motivations. Maybe Naz Reid's going to be like, yeah, you nearly ripped my head off, but I'm motivated. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to punk you. I'm going to clown you. He may drop 15, 20 coming off the bench. You love the depth of the Minnesota Timberwolves. At least I do. And they have played extraordinary basketball coming off the pine, including my pair of Illini on occasion, although Ayo Dosunmu's still working his way back. But Terrence Shannon, ILL, has certainly gotten it done. I think the Spurs win, and I say they only win, though, by 5 points, but they do get the advantage 3-2 in the series.
By the way, lockervision.nba.com, I'm going to go ahead and trust that this is accurate here and that they're correct. They've got the Spurs wearing their Icon Edition jerseys, which I think is just basically their main home ones. It's the all black shorts, black top. Spurs across the front in white, with the white numbering. So that's the ones they have. That's the ones that lockervision.nba.com has them wearing tonight. Look, when it pertains to Wemby, I honestly don't know what we're gonna get offensively. I think defensively he's gonna bring it, and he had 15 rebounds in each game, 1, 2, and 3. Remember, game 1, he had the NBA playoff record-tying 12 blocks. Then he had 5 in game 3. Offensively, he's gotten better as the series went on. He only had 11 in the game 1 loss. He had 19 in that blowout win. He probably could have had 30 if he played, the final quarter and a half. And then he had that masterpiece 39-point performance in game 3. Game 4, 4 points, 4 rebounds before he got tossed out of the game. He'll probably grab another 15 rebounds tonight. He'll probably have another 4 or 5 block shots. I think he might struggle offensively. And I think it's just because Minnesota is going to put all their attention on him. You're going to see a lot of Rudy Gobert. I think they're going to try to defend him how they defended him in game 1, where it was Gobert a lot in the first half, one-on-one with him. And then you had Julius Randle doing a great job defending him because Randle hasn't done much offensively, and they need him to step up, but he has taken on a real big role defensively for Minnesota, and I think he would relish the opportunity to try to shut down Wemby like he did in game 1 in that second half. So I'd say honestly, less than 20 points tonight for Wemby. I think they're going to do everything in their power, Minnesota will, to force somebody else to beat them. And he'll bring the goods defensively and rebounding the basketball. I think he'll be fired up. I think he'll make some highlight reel defensive plays. I just think he might struggle to score the ball tonight. And we look on the other side here, Brad, at Minnesota's star player, Anthony Edwards. Can Ant-Man summon more heroics here, or do you worry about him maybe fatigue, maybe physically wearing down as this series goes on? Again, only 48 hours separating each of the first 5 games of this series. And he came off the bench in the first 2. He's played at least 40 minutes in the last 2. And in the last 2 games, he scored 32 points and 36 points. Is it just at this point, is Anthony Edwards just too damn good to not deliver another 30-burger? Or again, do you think maybe that knee starts to wear down? Do you worry about maybe not re-aggravating the injury, but just the physicality of this series starting to wear on Anthony Edwards? Is it fair to expect him to score 30 again tonight?
I think it is. Look, what's the percentage chance I'm going to sign that he tops at least 30 points in this game? I think it's better than 60%, quite honestly. Anthony Edwards is playing like a man possessed. And honestly, I think the setback that he had could have been a blessing in disguise because it did, curtail and manage his minutes. As a result, he wasn't leaned on, early, for 40 minutes in a game, and I understand he has done this in 2 or 3 straight contests, but Adi has responded quite well. As a result, I mean, he's just been electric. He's been silky smooth with beating guys off the dribble and kissing off the glass, nailing some of those outside shots as he normally does with his limitless range, getting to the free throw line and making opponents pay as well. You are not going to be able to stop, contain Anthony Edwards unless you have a whole trunk full of horse tranquilizers at the ready. He's going off. He's going nuts. He's going to play another 35-plus minutes. I think he's going to score at least 30 tonight as well. So no way you can cast any doubt on AE's game. Dude right now is automatic.
Yeah, and look, San Antonio's got to do something. It's obviously it's easier said than done. He's their guy. He's going to have the ball with in his hands in all the clutch situations in this game. How can you stop it? How can you stop him? Who do you have on the floor to defend him? Is it a lot of Devin Vassell? That hasn't worked out so far. Is it more Stephon Castle? That's had a mixed bag of results. Is it Dylan Harper, just for his speed and his athleticism here to guard Anthony Edwards tonight? I've said it. I'm confident Minnesota wins this series, Brad. And the biggest reason I thought so is because I do think Anthony Edwards is getting healthier and healthier as this series goes on. And there is always the there's the possibility that he re-aggravates the injury if he does some kind of awkward movement or lands on it weird. But just from the physical toll of playing this series, I don't think that's going to wear on Ant-Man. I think at this point, he plays on so much adrenaline. He's still so freaking young. Like it's not like he's 32.
Exactly.
It's not like he's 28. He's 24 years old. He's freaking 24 years old. A guy's in the prime of his life. I'm not worried about him physically being drained here for this game tonight or the rest of this series. So I agree. I think he's got at least 30 more points in him tonight. And I think he's going to have another big game, no matter who tries to stop him or how they try to stop him. San Antonio does. But he does need some help here, Brad. Defensively, the defense hasn't been the issue for Minnesota. They've held San Antonio under 110 points in 2 of the 4 games this series. Both times they've won it. If San Antonio scores more than 110, they win. Minnesota, though, has struggled to score. Who's got to step up for them tonight? I think it's Julius Randle without a doubt. Again, I know he's taken on a much bigger defensive role so far in this series, but again, this is a guy that averaged 21 points per game in the season. He had a couple of big games against Denver. The last 3 games, Julius Randle has scored 12, 12, and 12. That just can't continue. He's got to be more efficient. He's got to get to the free throw line. This is a guy that's one of the strongest bulls, literal bull in a china shop that I've ever seen play the game. He has got to get downhill, go at Wemby, go at Luke Cornett when he's on the floor. He's got to assert himself, man. No more settling for these mid-range jumpers. No more settling for threes. Julius Randle has to be in attack mode when he gets the ball. You've got to constantly have San Antonio on their heels, because then that could open up stuff for your three-point shooters. That makes it easier for Anthony Edwards. Julius Randle, in my opinion, has got to be the guy that helps out the most tonight if Minnesota's going to pull off this upset. What do you think? Is it him? Is it Gobert? Do you need to see more of Naz Reid, Jaden McDaniels? Who's got to be the Robin to Anthony Edwards tonight?
Well, Gobert has got to really step up defensively, right? He's got to try to minimize the lethal impacts of one Victor Wembanyama. I agree. Julius Randle has got to be a king of consistency in this game. I'm going to throw on another guy. I think it's Ayo Dosunmu. Ayo Dosunmu was banged up earlier on this series. I remember in game 1, he only played 10 minutes and scored a single point in that affair. In the second game, he played 32 minutes, had 11 points last time out, 30 minutes and 10 points. We've seen him erupt. We saw him go for 25 in game 3 against the Nuggets. The following game, then he really had that volcanic reaction of 43 coming off the bench, followed by 18 points. Of course, Anthony Edwards is limited in those games or outright out. So that certainly benefited and buoyed the overall field goal opportunities. But he's a guy, if you can get 15 to 20 points out of or more, that could be the difference maker. That could be the X factor So watch out for how I would assume he performs. I'm not just saying that because orange and blue pumps through my veins. All right, maybe partially. But again, I feel that he is a key factor in this one and definitely an X factor, to say the least.
Yeah. Okay. And then finally, the injury news to pay attention in this one. Both De'Aaron Fox, Spurs starting point guard, and Dylan Harper, the electric Rutgers rookie, who's already got a 27 point, he scored 27 last game. They're both questionable tonight for San Antonio. De'Aaron Fox with a stiff ankle, and Dylan Harper apparently with a knee injury that, I was watching back the end of that game. He had kind of an awkward fall after grabbing a rebound in the final minute. He was added to the injury report earlier today. So, I mean, look, if one of them doesn't play, it's okay. The other guy's going to have added minutes. If both of these guys end up getting ruled out tonight, that's got to be trouble for San Antonio. So keep it here. Yeah. We'll keep you posted on all those injury news to Dylan Harper and De'Aaron Fox as we get them. But finally, Brad, if you're playing this game tonight, if you got to play for it, where are you going for Game 5, Spurs and T-Wolves?
Oh, banged up body parts for Dylan Harper. I ain't scared. I'm still going to take him over 11.5 points at a minus 105 juice. Hell, I'll play in the alt line 15 or more points plus 195 if you want to apply the 50% odds boost available right now on BetMGM on the NBA action tonight. Elevate it to plus 224. Roll the shoulders and getting seduced by the juice on that one, Pat. I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play his usual 15 to 20 minutes. Guy's gone for 18, 11, 8, and 24 in this series. So twice he has gone over the 11.5 number. Twice he has gone for 15 or more points. He's shooting a robust 55% from the floor. He's averaging 15.3 points per game this series. And you look at Minnesota, yes, they're number 2 in defensive rating in the NBA postseason, giving up just 1.101 points per possession, but they're also giving up 110.4 points per game. Dylan Harper will be the Spurs X factor. I think he guts it out. I think he plays uninhibitedly, and I think he absolutely balls of 18, 19, 20 minutes. He may score 20 plus yet again. That's my play.
Okay, so Brad, not paying too much attention to that injury report, and honestly, I'm not either. I think if I had to make a guess, I would say both him and De'Aaron Fox do play. Crazier things have happened. Again, we'll keep you posted. But, Brad, you know the way I feel about this series. I think Minnesota can win this series. I think they can win this game tonight outright. I think Game 2 was a situational spot for San Antonio that they just came out and put the beat down on Minnesota, who folded up shop and folded like a lawn chair after they won Game 1, because I think they had the mindset like, hey, we already won one game on the road. They have a terrible mindset at times, but 2-2, knowing they lose this game tonight, their backs are against the wall. I expect the best effort from Minnesota. And going back to Game 1, the way they played, yeah, San Antonio might not have been ready for their physicality. They're ready now. These teams know each other. They've played them 4 times. I just don't think Minnesota's 10 points worse. I don't. And again, shooting variance, one team's hitting threes, one team's not. This could be a 20-point game. Minnesota could win by 10. So I just think, all things considered, you get the average numbers for both teams. I just don't think the Spurs win this game by 10. Give me the Minnesota to cover the 9.5 here. And again, I think they've got a good chance to win this game outright tonight. All right, we'll take a short break. Wow. 310-840-4910, the number to join. When we come back, we'll go streaking. We'll see if we can get a 4-for-4 going, Wendy style, when we come back here. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What went into the decision that you guys made to pick up Bryce's 5th-year option with you did at the end of April as he gets sent to enter year 4?
Yeah, I think if you look at Bryce, he's getting better and better every year. And then on top of that, I mean, he's clutch. He has that clutch gene. And I think when his back's against the wall in the biggest moments, I think is when he shines. And, it's hard to find quarterbacks that, do the things he does in those type of situations. So, he's getting better as a leader. He's really gaining control of this offense, and he's headed in a really good direction right now that we're excited about.
I want to talk about the offense for a second here, and I want to ask you about your new play caller coming up in a moment, but I kind of, and we'll see what happens on the field, right? I kind of really love what you guys are doing at the receiver position where, obviously, and I say this as a short guy, like Bryce is not the tallest quarterback to ever play the game. You have like a fleet of basketball players at receiver, right? These tall receivers to catch passes from the short quarterback. And Chris Brazel, who you took in the third rounds of the draft, like absolutely fits that bill as well. I'm guessing that's purposeful, right? With Tetaroa and Jalen Coker and now Brazel. I kind of really like that. I'd love for you to expand upon your passing game and what you think that could be this year with Bryce Young, Dave Canales, and Brad Edzik calling the plays.
Yeah, I think if you look at our receiving core, we have tall guys, obviously, but, I think it's kind of like putting together like a basketball team, right? So, you have Jimmy Horn, you have Mechie, like we have different body types in there other than just our big wideouts. So, I think, add in playmakers, I think is the biggest thing. And, T-Mac last year, Jalen Coker in undrafted free agency, Xavier Legette, who we still believe in and think that he can make a jump this year, adding Chris Brazel, who's a deep threat. So we have guys that can do a lot of different things. And again, it's like a basketball team out there. And I know Dave and Brad, they're going to put these guys in the best position to succeed. And I'm excited about seeing where it goes.
Look at this best of three coming up, because that's what it is now with the Cavs and the Pistons. As less Cleveland versus Detroit and more Donovan Mitchell versus Cade Cunningham. Donovan Mitchell, for all of the wonderful accolades and achievements throughout his career, has never been to a conference final. Hasn't happened. Cade Cunningham is obviously at the beginning of this now. Playoff appearance last year. Now, obviously, carried the Pistons to that series win against Orlando down 3-1. In MVP consideration this year. There is so much on the line in these next few games for Cleveland and Detroit. And yes, obviously, a lot's on the line for the two teams. But a lot's also on the line for these two star players. Who's going to show up? Who's going to show out? It is my belief that whichever star plays better between Cade and Donovan Mitchell, that team moves on to take on my Knicks in the Eastern Conference Final. I have to be real with everybody. You know I like the Cavs before the series. I'll take Cade over Donovan Mitchell.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Crack! That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. Play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay and boost token. And we got a big night of baseball ahead of us, a bunch of games that have already started, a lot of more teams embracing these like 6:30 and 6:40 p.m. Eastern starts. But good news for us, we've still got over 10 games to choose from tonight, and we'll try to get you a 4 for 4. Let's go streaking!
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah! All right, we go around the entire crew. We each pick a batter that we think will correctly get a hit in tonight's game. Brad, let's start with you. Bit of a losing streak. I feel good vibes and good mojo tonight, though. Starting with you, brother. Who are you going with to get off the schneid here?
What we do is we play to win, and that's why I'm going to go with the St. Louis Cardinal. Yike, I can't believe I'm saying that. I might have to take a shower. Mason Wynn of the Redbirds taking on the Sacramento A's. I think he's going to slap in the sack. He has gotten a hit in 7 of his last 10. He's batting .293 for the last 30 days. Yeah, look, I feel repulsive, as everybody should know as being a diehard Chicago Cubs fan, but he is 2 for 4 against Jeffrey Springs, and a guy that's hitting .367 and gets left-handed pitchers, which Springs is. Springs also has a 4.87 home ERA. So give me Mason for the win. Hopefully not for St. Louis, but hopefully for the sake of Let's Go Streaking. Just get me a hit and get me off the schneid. I'm ice cold.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Mason Wynn. I love it for the win. And maybe you can get an encore. Do you want more as well? Those are the 2 Las Vegas hotels, the Win and the encore after Steve won.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Thank you. All right. I'm going for another Ray here, back-to-back days. Chandler Simpson got me a hit yesterday, started a new streak for me. I'm going with their leadoff guy again tonight. Give me Yandy. Get me some candy. Yeah. Yandy Diaz leading off for the Rays tonight, going up against Patrick Corbin, who's making the start for the Blue Jays. Lifetime, Yandy Diaz, 4 for 13 off of Corbin. That's a .308 batting average. And we know that Yandy Diaz hits just about everything with a .303 batting average on the season, but he especially hits lefties real well. .316 against lefties on the season. Yandy Diaz should have 4 or 5 at-bats tonight. He should have 5 at-bats because I think Patrick Corbin's going to get knocked around. The Rays are red hot. Give me Yandy Diaz to get a knock for Tampa Bay. Let's go to producer Brandon Combs. Combs, who are you rocking with?
Well, unlike Brad, I am not a complete traitor to my Cubs fandom, and
I need a win.
Brad is dead to me tonight. But
Relax,
I'm going to take
Nico
Horner. I'm going to take. I don't care, Pat. I don't care. Nico Horner versus the Atlanta Braves. Nico Horner, his splits against the Braves. He only batting .228 against the Braves lifetime, but in Atlanta, he is batting .288 versus the Braves. Give me Nico Horner to get a hit tonight.
Okay. Combs going with a Cubby. He's going with Nico to get his streak back on track. Finally, we go to Monty, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, owner and operator of batters-box.com. He cashed with Rafael Devers yesterday, who went deep. Monty, who's getting a hit tonight?
I'm going to stay in that same game as Combs, but go to the other side. I'm going to take Matt Olson of the Braves. I have an elite matchup for him against Colin Ray. Sorry, Combs. Ray struggles against lefties, allowing 48% hard contact. Lefties are hitting over 300 against him this season. Plus matchup in all the 3 categories I care about, WOBA, ISO, and hard contact for Olson in 225 elite ratings. So huge sample here. Olson is getting a hit 70% of the time, and that jumps to 74% at home in almost 100 ratings at home. So love the trend and love the spot here for Olson.
Marvelous!
Beautiful.
You have no marvelous!
Brad, what's the odds on that if you parlay all 4 of those guys together?
Cool, plus 270. Fader follow. That is up to you.
Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, joins us next on BetMGM tonight.
Are we really going to do this thing where it's like, he sucks? He's not good anymore. He's not worthy of making a lot of money next year. Are we going to do that? Like, look, like, you can hate him. You can be like Dylan Brooks, one of the great trolls of our time, showing up with, I got to tell you something, man. He's with Paul Wall and Nelly. Rob the jewelry store and tell him, make me a grill. With that grill Dylan Brooks had on last night. You can hate LeBron James. That's fine. I'm not telling you have to like him or dislike him. You can feel however you want to feel. But what I won't accept on this show is if you're going to come on and deny what's happening on the court, on the field, on the pitch, whatever. He's still great. He's still not good. He's still great. Any team in the NBA, any of them, starting with the Lakers, we could put the Cavs in the mix. Obviously, that's an easy one. Easy dots to connect. We'll see how the next couple games go. We'll see how this goes against the Pistons, right? Or you could talk about if things go poorly for the Knicks moving forward, and I pray that doesn't happen as a Knicks fan. The Thunder, seriously, you can hate him. That's fine. I don't care what you like or don't like. That's your, I like and dislike things. That's fine. Are we really going to say that any team in the NBA wouldn't be better with LeBron James? Every team in the league should be lining up to sign LeBron because he's still awesome. He's not good. He's great. He's great. He's great. And he is clearly willing to accept a reduced role. How do I know that? He did it. It happened. He did it this season. And we're still going to do. He's not Jordan. Not my Laker GOAT. He's no Kobe. He's no Magic. Well, he took his talents to South Beach. Like, get over it. Get over it at least in how you talk about the guy as a player. You don't like him personally. I don't care. You don't like his politics. He can be passive-aggressive. I understand. I mean it. I can understand it, right? But I don't want to do this where, like, he sucks and he's not good anymore. And you play for the minimum. You take the minimum. You do it. I dare you. I dare anybody. Doesn't matter how much money you make. No one wants to make less money. You might think, well, I'm doing all this, and yet he's out there, and he's got this mansion, he's a billionaire. I'm just telling you, this is human nature. You don't have to like it, but it is what it is, and you need to accept it. I don't know how anyone could say they don't like the signing of Jalen Phillips, the signing of Devin Lloyd, like pass rusher. Lloyd coming off a tremendous year last year in Jacksonville at the linebacker position. What those two guys can bring to your defense here, Jalen Phillips and Devin Lloyd.
Yeah, I mean, those two guys, they're blue players is what we would call them. Two guys that can really impact the game on a down in and down out basis. Obviously, we've seen what Jalen Phillips can do on the edge. He gets after the quarterback. He plays with a super high motor, which we value around here. Same thing with Devin Lloyd. He's just always running to the ball, always around the ball. He can run and he can close. So adding those two guys and, the rookie class that we just bought in and, the guys from last year, Nick Scordon, Princely, those two guys I think are going to just continue to take a leap. And yeah, I mean, we're excited about our defense and where that's headed. And I think sky's the limit for that side of the ball.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Got a big Spurs T-Wolves Game 5 coming up tonight in just about an hour from now, but there are plenty of storylines and news to get into here regarding the NBA and the NBA playoffs. And on the line is our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nick, I feel like you're in a different city each week that we have you on here. Where are you coming at us from this week?
Pat, I am in Los Angeles, California, where I just watched the Lakers season end without much of a push the last couple nights. That team played hard. The Thunder are just a total machine, and we can get into it over the course of our conversation here. But to me, guys, this Thunder team that we're watching is the closest thing the league has seen since that Golden State run where you had Steph and you had KD, and Draymond was at the peak of his talent, and you had Clay before the knee injuries. When you watch this Thunder team, they can hit you in so many different directions that not only am I more convinced than ever, as I've told you guys all year, that I think they're going to win, I'm more convinced now that with the way they have things set up, they're going to win more than just 2. Like, they are going to have a chance to really do some historical damage here if they can stay healthy.
Well, that's really upsetting to me, Nick, because the first question I wanted to ask you about was my New York Knicks. Look, last week when we talked, I was giddy about them. Now they've taken it to a whole new level. 7 straight playoff wins, 6 by double digits, 4 of those wins by at least 29 points, a sweep of Philly, and a whole bunch of time off before the Eastern Conference Finals. I've already seen the light from the basketball gods, Nick, so I don't care what you say. I see the Knicks winning the whole damn thing. Thunder be damned. So I was going to ask you, have you seen enough from the Knicks to think that they actually can win the title? Maybe that's a no for you. So then I'll just ask you here, where do you come down on the rest versus rust debate with the Knicks? Because they're either going to play the Pistons or the Cavs. Is the time off going to be good for them, or are you worried that it could hurt them no matter which of those 2 teams they have to play next round?
Pat, I think it can hurt them only because they're in such a good rhythm right now. There is no question, as the 3 of us sit here in this moment, the Knicks are the favorite to come out of the East. I don't care who wins this series. The Knicks have the momentum. Jalen Brunson is the baddest dude on the block right now. When he's playing at the level he's playing at, and you're getting the contributions from the Anunobys, at least in the last few weeks, Towns, who I still don't believe in completely, but to his credit, he's been really good. Josh Hart is giving you what he does, and Bridges has had some nice moments of his own. When you have what they have, you've got to feel great about it. Now, having said that, when you have as much time off as they're going to have, of course, it's good to recuperate and get that time away, but you'd almost rather it just start right now because they are so ready to play night to night. So as a Knicks fan, you should be excited because you never know what can happen when you get this deep in the postseason. I mean, I love the Thunder, and I have all along as far as who I thought would win. But if you get into the dance and something happens and some magic transpires, then anything is possible. And right now, with the way the Knicks are playing, they should be dreaming in a very positive way, just like their fans, because of how well they played.
Nick, let's go to the game tonight as Timberwolves Spurs engage in game numero cinco in the Alamo City. What was your take on the calculated Wemby elbow to Naz Reid? Did you feel it was suspension / fine worthy? Question number one. And the second one I want to ask you, break down the game tonight, and who do you feel gets a leg up in this series? Give us a star and give us one under the radar player you believe shines brightest tonight and go to old San Antonio.
First of all, Brad, I was not surprised that there was something more than the ejection. If you're asking me for my opinion, I would have thought he would have gotten fined because it was a hell of a dirty play. He deserved to be tossed. And in the moment, I think they were wise to do what they did. Now, anybody who's saying, oh, he should have gotten suspended, no way. Not in the postseason. It wasn't that completely insane. It was just a dirty play, and he got what he deserved in that moment. As far as tonight goes, when you watch the Spurs, everything revolves around Wemby. Of course, he's that talented. So the answer for me, as far as where everybody is going to see the pressure coming from, it's absolutely Wembanyama, because he's the guy that got tossed. He's the guy that feels like he let the rest of his teammates down. And he's the guy that's going to have to step up and have everybody go, oh, okay, this guy really is turning the corner as far as superstardom goes. Because if you're trying to take the next step, you have to trust that this guy can produce for you no matter what the circumstances are, and you know he's going to be a little bit more motivated because of how that game ended the other night. If you were looking for somebody else, though, the under-the-radar person, not only do I think the Spurs are going to run away late in this game, especially being back at home, but I think it's Dylan Harper. When you watch the way that team is going and you see what he can provide, obviously the focus is always on Wemby. But I think this is a moment for him to go, hey, not only am I here, but I'm not afraid of the moment. And when you have young players that can play together and are learning how to win in the postseason, these games are tailor-made, especially at home, for a younger guy like Harper to get it going early and ride the momentum of what will be a raucous crowd in there.
Yeah, by the way, reminder, folks, who missed the last segment or a couple segments ago, Dylan Harper nearly 2-1 tonight on BetMGM to score 15 or more points. Me like it. All right, Nick, let's go to the other series. Yeah, you like it too. The Cavs even up the series against the Pistons last night. Tomorrow, the action heads back to the Motor City. Do you believe Detroit revs the engine at home, or does this bad boy go to a 7-game distance in the end? Who advances as well then? Do you like Detroit or do you like Cleveland?
Brad, I like the home team in this series. This is one of those series where you're like, all right, who's playing at home tonight? Oh, okay, I'll take them. At least from where I'm sitting watching, I see these teams as being able to do just enough in these home environments in a positive setting to get across the line. These are two very flawed teams. These are teams that went through hellacious first-round series. I don't buy either one of them as legitimate threats to get all the way through. But if you're asking me who I think is going to come out of it, I still believe it's Detroit. I still think they're just a little bit better defensively. And I believe in Cade Cunningham more than I believe in Donovan Mitchell in the moments that matter the most. So Detroit, who by all rights shouldn't even be in this moment because the Magic absolutely bleeped the bed in Game 6 in the second half a week or so ago. To their credit, they turned the page. They got their direction back in that edge that they played with throughout the second half and most of the year. But if you're looking for an edge somewhere, I just think Cunningham's a little bit better than everybody else on the floor.
We're talking our Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, you're in LA, and so the easy part to predict is now over. The Thunder swept the Lakers. Now comes the hard part. What happens to this team this summer? Not only is LeBron going to be an unrestricted free agent and has to decide whether he wants to retire or not, but Austin Reeves has a player option, and he's probably going to decline it and hit the open market, as well as Rui Hachimura and a few others. But let's start with just LeBron. From what you've heard, Nick, and through talking to others, how do you think this scenario plays out this summer with LeBron? What's the likelihood, if you had to put a percentage chance on it, that he's back with the Lakers next season?
I believe he's going to come back, Pat. I believe as we sit here today that it's probably, I would say, 60-40 that he comes back to the Lakers. There's certainly a comfort level being in L.A. His family seems comfortable there. Bronny is obviously there, which has got to be a big part of the dynamic in play and the equation on which way he's leaning. But I'd tell you that I was in that press conference room last night at Crypto, and I'm watching LeBron field these questions, and all I kept thinking to myself was, this dude's not really leaving. He kept saying, I don't know, I'm going to take some time. I just believe, having watched him from a distance all these years, having watched the last few days up close, this is a guy who still feels like he has more to give the game. What I would tell you, and what I thought was interesting, was it had all the camera crews for NBA Entertainment, which is the league's kind of in-house video production arm. And they're all in there kind of filming in the locker room after the game, before he went to the podium, the moments where teammates and staffers are walking up and they're just saying goodbye. And it did not feel like, oh man, like this could be it. And obviously they were in there just in case it is the end. But I think he's coming back. I know there will be some speculation about Cleveland, and they definitely would give him the better chance to win another, or I shouldn't say win, to compete for another championship, Pat. I just don't believe either scenario with what's out there for the Lakers and with the roster situation in Cleveland. Anything is going to get him back to that championship level. But on a baseline level, I absolutely believe that he's coming back next season. And I say that as somebody that thought there was no way prior to the start of the year that he would play longer than this year. So you never know for sure. You don't know what he's going to decide, but that's where I'm standing right now.
Okay, so regardless of what happens with LeBron, I'm assuming there's not many realities where either JJ Redick or Rob Pelinka go anywhere. I know Pelinka mentioned they're going to hire 2 assistant GMs, and I think that's probably part of Mark Walters' takeover as the new majority owner of this franchise. But as it pertains to Luka, how much say do you think he will have on what this team looks like next year? And I think it would be wise for the Lakers to maybe just say to LeBron, hey, we'd like to move on. Even though, JJ Redick and Rob Pelinka both publicly said they want this whole core to be back, LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves, I think they should let LeBron walk. I think they should re-sign Austin Reeves and then build the rest of the team around Luka Doncic. But do you think Luka will have a say in what happens this summer?
I don't think there's any question, because if you've made the move to acquire Luka, Pat, and he signed the deal, this is Luka's team, flatly. He's the guy, and he has to be the guy that you run everything else by as you're building out the next 5 to 10 years of your organization. So he is that difference maker now. And, it's funny, listen to LeBron last night. LeBron's sitting there going, I've never been the third option in my life. and now for the moment, especially if he stays on this team, he is. So LeBron still has the star power. He still sells the tickets, but this is Luka's time and this is Luka's team. And if you're the Lakers, every move that you make has to be aligned with what he thinks and what he wants.
Good stuff. Nick, the NBA draft top 5 is set with the Wizards, Jazz, Grizzlies, Bulls, and Clippers picking 1 through 5. My belief is the exact order is going to be A.J. DeBonce out of BYU at 1, Darren Peterson out of Kansas at 2, Cam Boozer from Duke at 3, Caleb Wilson of North Carolina at 4 to the Bulls, and Keaton Vogler, who had a 36-inch vertical kind of shockingly today, going to the Clippers at 5. What's your top 5? Any possible trades could you see also with a top 5 or any other curveballs?
I am with you completely, which scares me because, especially with 5. But Brad, I trust your judgment because we've talked about this throughout the year. You're watching a lot more college games than I am. But when you look at the top 4, when you talk to people around the league, I don't think there's any question that there's that group of 4, and then there's a little cut below. Now, how all these guys do in the pros, we'll see. But DeBanza, Peterson, Boozer, Wilson, boom. I think that is pretty well established. The question to me is, if you're Utah, do you make any kind of push to try and get up to 1? Because that's your guy who just was at BYU for a year. There's clearly ties in and around that area, and people have gotten used to watching him play. Now with 5, with Vogler, he really came into his own, it seemed, the last couple months of the season at Illinois. He was making that push. The question to me is Acuff a guy who gets more buzz as we get closer to the draft and when the picks actually get made? But if we were trying to lay down the odds right now of how things unfold, I think that's a hell of a good bet to make if you could nail down all 5 on the same ticket.
Talking with our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel, here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, you cover the Warriors as well as anybody and as closely as anybody. Big news over the weekend. Steve Kerr is coming back on a 2-year extension. In your opinion, is this just pairing him with what could be the final 2 years for Steph Curry in the Bay Area? It feels like those guys will both end their time in San Francisco together, and whether that's Curry retiring or Curry maybe, one final step somewhere else, feels like Curry and Kerr are together until the end of their time there.
Pat, I'm with you. I think the only thing that would change it is if Kerr decides after 2 years, hey, I've had enough, I want to go do something else, and Steph says, I want to play another year. But at this point, Steph said he wanted to play multiple years. You have to figure he's thinking in his mind at least 2 more. Kerr now is locked in for 2. I think the other part about this that people kind of lose focus on is Kerr just loves to coach, guys. He really, at his core, in his heart, is a coach. Now, of course, you put Steph Curry on your team, and he's your leader, and he's making everything else go day to day. Hell yeah, you want to sit there. I'll take $20 million and coach the Warriors and Steph Curry. There are way worse things to do. But I think Steve's sitting here looking at this going, I just couldn't walk away from what I've built. And he has given Steph that credit, Pat, time and again through the years, because he said all the time, I could be whatever coach I want to be. If you don't have Steph Curry, there's only so much that you're able to do. So I think he couldn't walk away from coaching, and he couldn't walk away from Steph. And when you're trying to figure out what happens with the Warriors, I still don't believe they're going to be anywhere close to a title contender in the next couple of years. But there is continuity in bringing Kerr back and knowing that Steph is going to be the show at least for the next couple of years. And there's a lot of relief in the Bay Area that those 2 guys will be at the forefront of whatever they do over the next couple of years.
Okay, so and does this mean there's a good chance that Draymond comes back next year? He's got a player option for over $35 million, but I'm sure Mike Dunleavy and Golden State would like to make that a little cheaper if they can. You think Draymond comes back as well?
I think it is much more likely with Kerr back in the fold. But, Pat, what I would tell you is that it's It's Stephen Kerr, and then there's a gap, and there's Draymond. As far as how tied together is everyone for this final stage of this iteration of the Warriors. Draymond knew he could have gotten moved at the trade deadline. He was well aware that the Giannis deal, if it goes through, he was probably headed elsewhere. Whether or not he picks up that option, it's a good point because ideally what the Warriors would like is to have him take less money if he wants a second year and even that out. But, guys, let's be real. Draymond is not nearly close to the player he was even a few years ago. There's been a big decline in his night-to-night production. So do I think he ultimately stays with the Warriors and keeps going? I do. But I am not as nearly as certain as his future as I am about Kerr and Steph riding off into the sunset together. There's respect for what Draymond has done and what he's been able to build culturally alongside those two guys and Klay Thompson. But actions are going to speak louder than words. And I think there is at least a solid chance that Draymond's deal and that contract, if he picks up that option, heads somewhere else if they still want to land one more star.
And my apologies, by the way. That player option is $27 million, not $35. So it is a little bit cheaper. And you also got Kristaps Porzingis, who's going to be a free agent after they made that trade. That's $46 million that is potentially coming off the books. Then you got Jimmy Butler coming back from the torn ACL. So, look, I'll ask you here, Nick, last question. Do you think there's any other big moves the Warriors might make this summer? Are they in the Giannis sweepstakes or any other big free agents you think they might have their eyes on? Because if not, they're going to run this team back from last year. And you said it, there's not really a chance of winning the title. So is it just basically like, hey, all Silicon Valley with your billionaires, come just spend tickets and watch this basically 500 team, just kind of play out their final days like you're watching the last season of your favorite TV show?
Pat, what they're entering into is the Kobe zone. And what I mean by that is in those final few years with Kobe and the Lakers, it wasn't about Kobe and delivering another title. It was about, hey, there's only so many more chances to watch this guy play. He's not going to be here playing for this team much longer. And people were far less concerned about the outcome of the games. They just wanted to see him go out, try to score 30 or 40. And then in that last one, of course, the memorable 60-point performance. But if you're the Warriors, there's three names to keep an eye on this summer. It's Giannis. Do they get back involved in the sweepstakes to try and get him? It's Kawhi. What happens when whatever punishment may or may not come down with the Clippers? Does he look to go elsewhere? And there's one more name that at least we should put out there. I don't believe it's realistic, but it's LeBron. Because is there at least a chance that LeBron is like, you know what? I don't know if I want to be with the Lakers one more time. I don't know if I want to do the Cleveland reunion for a third time. Why not play with Steph and Draymond and have this experience, be coached by Kerr, and see what this is like? I think that is very, very unlikely, but I think there is a chance. The issue for the Warriors, Pat, is we can sit here and talk all day about the possibilities. I don't care if you put Giannis on this team right now. If you made the trade to get him and you had to give up what it would take to get him, and you had Steph and Giannis and a couple picks and maybe some younger players, that is not good enough. They're still going to be the most interesting team in the league, and they're going to be fun as hell to follow day to day for what we do. But that is not close to a championship level contender again.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they do either way this offseason. Nick, we appreciate the time so much as always, man. Can't wait to catch up with you next week. And my Knicks, they're going to have to make a believer out of you like they've already made a believer out of me. So we appreciate it, brother.
Always, guys. It's good to be with you, and I'll talk to you next week.
See you, Nick.
There you go. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. All right, we got to take a break. The number to join the show, you want to weigh in on anything Nick said about the Lakers and LeBron and Luka, their offseason plans, what the Warriors might do, and also any of those NBA draft conversations. We're just over a month away, still kind of fresh, 48 hours away from that lottery, or since that lottery. So any NBA discussion, thoughts you want to get in on, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to talk some baseball. That's coming up next here. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here, Westwood One Sports.
I play a lot of fantasy football, so there is a fantasy football tinge to this question, but it's also an important real-life question as well. Where is Jonathan Brooks at in his recovery from another injury? Because I think a lot of people, whether you play fantasy or not, real life, really excited about him when you guys drafted him a couple years ago. Because you like Rico's not on the team anymore, so I'm guessing you guys have expectations for Jonathan. Where is he at in his rehab right now?
Yeah, I just came in from practice out there, and he looks great. He looks really good. He's moving really well. He's cutting really well. We're really optimistic on where he's headed. Man, he's put so much work in and went through so much, like in terms of injuries, and that can take a toll on a young man, in this league. So he's done a great job. He's been a pro. He's so mature. He's such a great guy. So we're excited for him personally, and excited for us as a team to get him back.
The Oklahoma City Thunder essentially have been running up a credit card bill. And the bill gon' be due in the next round against either Minnesota or San Antonio. So yeah, it has been lollipops and sunshine and roses and cookies and ice cream and whatever pleasurable thing you want to throw out there for OKC. 2 series, 8 wins, 0 losses. It's about to get tougher. And now, for the first time this postseason, we can say this. They have to get J-Dub back. You need J-Dub. You have to have Jalen Williams. The better Jalen Williams. Not J-Will. Again, how insane is this? There's a J-Dub and a J-Will. Not J-Will. They need J-Dub. Obviously had the hamstring injury, has had multiple injuries this season. Have to have him. How close do you guys actually think you are right now?
Listen, like we're making progress every year is what I can say. Like I think our team's getting better and better. Bryce is in the same system now for 3 years in a row, which obviously helps out, having that continuity between the head coach, the quarterback, and just the team in general, and like creating your culture and just figuring all the little details out that make a building run the way that it should run. So yeah, we feel like we're headed in the right direction. I always say it every interview, and I truly believe it is why I say it. Like we have to put the work in first and foremost. Like if we don't put the work in and we're not earning it out on the football field, then nothing's really going to matter during the season. So I think as long as we continue to stay hungry, earn everything, and just kind of earn our arrival.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Huge shout-out, as always, to our guy, Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Before we talk to you about maybe perfect game on the horizon for Paul Skeens, first, this from our friends at BetMGM. You're looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Brad, you've been tracking this game so far, and after flirting with a no-no last time out, how about maybe a perfect game this time out for Paul Skeens? What is he doing right now in Pittsburgh against the Colorado Rockies? Because he is shoving.
Dude, he is dealing right now. He's completed 3 impeccable innings, only 35 total pitches. Hell, he struck out the first 6 batters of the game of the Colorado Pebbles. They're not even Rockies. Again, they're playing a little bit better at 16-25 this season. But again, he is on point tonight. Ultra sharp, to say the least. It is 1-0 Pittsburgh over the Rockies right now on the top of the 4th. So Skeens back on the mound, throwing to his first batter. And Julian, we're going to see what he does here in a second. But 3 perfect innings so far with already 6 punch outs. A guy is absolutely popping the mitt right now.
Yeah, I mean, just downright ridiculous, downright filthy. Again, going into this start, had an ERA of 2.36, which is actually nearly half a point higher than his ERA the last 2 seasons. But let's not forget opening day, O'Neal Cruz definitely hurt him when he dropped those 2 fly balls. Those were 5 earned runs. And then the Cardinals, they were the only team that kind of actually truly got to him 2 starts ago on April 30th when he gave up 3 runs off of 2 home runs in a loss to the Cardinals. Other than that, those 2 starts, the only ones that he's given up more than 1 earned run in. But 2 of his last 3 starts, 8 shutout innings with 2 hits allowed to the D-backs, and 7 shutout innings with 1 hit allowed to the Brewers. And again, so far, oh, wow, that was a deep fly ball to center, but it's a fly out. So 10 up, 10 down against the Colorado Rockies. And as Brad said, Paul Skeens struck out his first 6 batters. We had some big news, though, today, Brad. Jeff Passan broke a story that that Major League Baseball and the Players Union met today to begin labor talks. We're 6 months away from this potential lockout that, at least I feel like, is going to happen to some extent and jeopardize games in the 2027 season. You think there's a good possibility we might not have baseball at all next year? Well, it was good that they met, but reportedly, each side offered opening presentations. Here's a little PowerPoint on what we'd like. But sources said no proposals were actually made. Major League Baseball and the owners, they still want to pursue that salary cap. The players staunchly oppose it. It feels like maybe the compromise is a salary cap and a salary floor, but does Major League Baseball and the owners and the Players Association meeting today do anything to give you any relief or hope of what's coming here in a couple of months, or not really?
Zero. I think, distance between the two sides is very wide. I mean, it's Texas wide, folks. And there's not going to be a resolution anytime soon. Jeff Passan had some interesting nuggets in his article there on ESPN.com, citing as well that should a lockout last into the spring. This is directly from Passan's call, and I'm reading word for word. Negotiations last time began in earnest with the threat of missed games. Intervention from politicians, including the president, could be in play. Three-time All-Star Mark Teixeira, of course, former Texas Rangers standout, former member of the MLB BPA's executive subcommittee, is expected to win November election to represent the 21st district in Texas and would likely play a central role in any House hearings. So, I mean, if you get government involved in this, there's not going to be a resolution. I mean, let's be real. Let's be honest. That's only going to drive a wedge further. Given the divisiveness of politics right now, I don't see how the compromise is going to be met. I don't know where the common ground is going to be. The players don't want the cap. The owners obviously want the cap. There needs to be a salary floor, which you and I have discussed. Truth is somewhere in the middle. They need to sit down and find it and not have any third parties come in and intervene in those discussions between the players. This is between the owners, and they got to hash things out. But more than likely, I agree. This is going to drag not only the spring, but probably the early portion of next summer. We'll be lucky, I think, to have an abbreviated Major League Baseball season. But yeah, it is better than a 0% chance we have no season at all. And if there's no rawhide being tossed around during the hot summer months next year, I guess you and I are going to be breaking down professional badminton. Congrats.
Yeah, well, look, I could talk tennis. I could talk plenty of tennis, and there's tennis basically 11 months out of the year. So I guess, like we joke around, there's that meme, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Hey, Brad, get ready to learn tennis, buddy, because we might have to talk about it if there's no baseball next summer, June and July and August, before football revs up and the basketball and hockey playoffs are done. We have the World Cup this summer. Maybe we should just reschedule the World Cup for next summer, and then we can just talk soccer every day for like a month to fill the place of baseball. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said.
Make it interesting.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. There really seems to be a huge gap. And again, remember, Bruce Meyer took over as the MLB Players Association executive director after Tony Clark resigned. So he has pushed back big time on the idea of a cap, which all the top player leaders feel the same way. And it feels like we're, just a short time away from Major League Baseball officially proposing that salary cap, and then the players pushing back on it. Despite right now records in viewership, records in attendance. Yeah. I mean, the game, it seems to be at like in this century, an all-time high in popularity. And so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, owners want to spend less money. Tell me if you heard that before. And I'll tell you what, maybe the worst thing, Brad, for a potential lockout is the fact that the players can make the argument, well, why would you put a salary cap? Let the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Mets spend all their money. Look at the standings right now. There is so much parity.
Yeah,
the game's in a great spot. You want to potentially ruin that? We don't need a salary cap. So, look, they're going to lock out the players if there is no salary cap. So if you want there to be a salary cap, maybe you should start rooting for the top teams to start doing really damn good, and all the poor teams the teams that cry poverty, to start doing really damn bad. Because maybe that's the only thing that we get that pushes us towards an agreement. Otherwise, I do think we're going to be missing a decent chunk of games next year, and I don't really think there's anything that's going to stop it.
Let me ask you this. What do you feel is a magic number for a cap, and what is the magic number for the floor? I think the cap has got to be between 250 and 300 million. I mean, you look at the Dodgers right now, they got what, a $417 million salary, and the lowest payroll in Major League Baseball, again, belongs to Miami Marlins at like 80 some odd million, and that's it. I think the floor has got to be minimum 100 million. But the maximum probably, maybe 275, 300? What are fair numbers, cap and floor, in your estimation?
Yeah, again, when you add in the tax payroll for the Dodgers, it's $417 million. Mets are 382, Yankees are 337. So if you're I guess you wouldn't include the tax, right? You would just include the pre-tax payroll. And I think if you do the pre-tax payroll for the Dodgers, I think it's just over 300 million. So and the Mets are 334. I would say the pre-tax payroll would probably be, well, again, there wouldn't be no tax because there would be a cap. So I guess then it's irrelevant. Yeah. I would say the cap would probably be 300 million. And I think the floor would probably be, I mean, again, the Marlins is 78, Guardians 80, White Sox 89, A's 91. You are probably going to bump those teams up to minimum 100. I would hope it would be 125, between 125 and 300. Maybe you do between 125 and 275. Maybe that's the magic number. That would be my guess.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I think that's entirely fair. So we're already giving them right now the blueprint to get this damn thing done. So if they can come to some sort of agreement on a cap number, and that's going to be the ultra key in this, because players want to maximize their earning potential, and understandably so, where they stand in that. But that floor has got to exist. We cannot have some of these rosters being put together with Elmer's glue and Scotch tape.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the Miami Marlins have right now. They got to go out there and spend a little bit of capital, make this a fair and balanced product across the board.
Yep, agreed. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. When we come back, we'll do a little multi-sport, multiple choice. Get your Scantrons and your pencils ready. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Now, a lot can happen in 9 months. Insert joke here. Think about it. Think about the miracle of life. And people can make their jokes, whatever. As a father, watched my wife be pregnant, watched her belly grow, sonograms, watch her give birth. This is all, I don't think, I'll speak just for men. The male mind can really comprehend what goes on. We are dumb by comparison. I just want to sit and scratch my ass and play video games and watch sports and talk about it with all of you. Meanwhile, my wife is growing a human. Women grow humans. It's pretty unbelievable, right? So here is my question for everybody. What is more impressive in a 9-month span? Growing a human or recovering fully from a torn ACL? December 14th, 2025, Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL in a Chiefs loss to the Los Angeles Chargers. Monday Night Football, Week 1 this year, Chiefs Broncos, September 14th, 2026. 9 months to the day. What's more impressive? Growing a human, recovering from a torn ACL. I'm only being slightly facetious there. So here's my question for everybody, right? As it concerns Patrick Mahomes, who all reports have been, he's on track to participate in whatever form that is in all offseason workouts. Do you really think seriously, that and we can have the same conversation about Bo Nix. And the Bo Nix ankle thing is, I would not say it's worrisome as far as the regular season is concerned, but the can keeps getting kicked down the road. And the goalposts keep getting moved with Bo Nix and when he's going to return to workouts and offseason activities for the Broncos. And that's to a much lesser extent than Mahomes with the ACL, right? Here is my question for everybody. Do you think that A, the National Football League, and B, ESPN, would put Chiefs Broncos in primetime, first Monday night game of the year, if the expectation was that Justin Fields was going to start the game? Or Jarrett Stidham. I've had enough of the Jarrett Stidham experience after one game. I'm good. You can be into it. I'm not. You don't think the NFL, and I'm not saying they have the crystal ball and they know for sure there can be setbacks, but come on. You don't think the NFL feels reasonably confident that Patrick Mahomes is going to play, that Bo Nix is going to play, and that this is going to be Mahomes and the Chiefs versus Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos? Come on. So if that's true, man, we got a freaking banger on our hands, man. The Broncos, with their proof of concept, they won the division last year. They played on Championship Sunday. They return basically the same team with Jalen Waddle added to the mix at the receiver position. Not bad. And the Kansas City Chiefs, presumably with a healthy Patrick Mahomes, with Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, now toting the rock in the backfield, and defensive reinforcements that I believe will transform this Steve Spagnuolo defense in an extremely positive way. With Mansour Delane at corner, with Peter Woods at defensive tackle, and with R. Mason Thomas coming off the edge. And when you think about this game, and we're months out, right? A lot can change. Chiefs Broncos. If I tell you the game's in Denver, and let's throw point spreads out, who's going to win the game? Who do you like to win the game? The Chiefs or the Broncos? Assuming Mahomes plays, who's going to win? My sense is a lot of people, more than 50%, will say Kansas City because the Chiefs have Mahomes.
Every score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We are on Perfecto Watch for Paul Skeens, or at least we were. Looks like we might be on no-hitter watch now, though, because in the top of the fifth, there's 2 outs. The Pirates lead the Rockies 1-0, but there is a base runner on first base for the Colorado Rockies because after retiring the first 14 batters of the game, Paul Skeens just hit a batter. The Rockies get their first base runner in the top of the fifth on a hit-by-pitch. Wow. And it was Troy Johnston who got drilled. So there you go. He gets hit by a pitch. Paul Skeens, though, still working on a no-no. 4 2/3, no hits, no walks, 7 strikeouts, 1 hit batter. Pirates lead the Rockies 1-0. And then we do have some playoff hockey going on. First period, this series, goals galore. They really haven't been close games. They've all been blowouts. But game 4 in Montreal, the Canadiens lead the Sabres 2-1. And it's 1 goal apiece with 7:22 left to go in the first period. Matthias Samuelsson opened up the scoring 6.5 minutes in, and then Alex Newhook, his 6th goal of the playoffs, evened it up at a goal apiece between the Habs and the Sabres. They got a little 4-on-4 going on right now. But the winner of each game has won by at least 2 goals, And the last two games, the Canadiens won 5-1 and 6-2. So Buffalo trying to answer back and avoid a 3-1 hole. Okay, there's your scoreboard update. Let's get to a little multi-sport and multiple choice. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in here to delegate. Combs, what is going on?
Buffalo got hosed, by the way, in that game. They had a goal that was called back and waved off after review where it was called in the net. The Montreal's goalie, Dobes, had it in his glove. His glove was so far over the line, and they still overturned it. It's the worst call I've ever seen in my life. It was unbelievably bad. Buffalo got hosed, but and then right after, of course, Montreal ties it up.
By the way, I know your Czech, your understanding of the Czech language might not be great. That's fine. It's Dobish, but if you want to call him Dobes, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I when you play for the Montreal Canadiens, you are what I call you.
Last Canadian team to win a cup, getting that kind of slander. Okay.
Yeah. Keep the cup in America, boys. Keep the cup in America. All right. Multi-sport, multiple choice, boys. You guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. The Chicago Cubs, who need an arm given the injuries to Justin Steele, Cade Horton, and Matthew Boyd, will deal for who by the trade deadline? Is it A, Sandy Alcantara, B, Freddie Peralta, C, Logan Webb, D, Joe Ryan, E, none of the above, or my favorite answer, F, yes? Brad?
Yeah, all the above, please, and thank you. I'm going to go see Logan Webb. He is exactly what the Chicago Cubs need. It's not been a great start for Webb. He's got a 5+ ERA right now, but that's uncharacteristic for him. 3 straight seasons of 200+ innings. He's got one of the best sinker balls in all Major League Baseball. Doesn't walk a ton of guys. Doesn't really rack a ton of strikeouts. He just gets dudes out steadily and works 6, 7, sometimes 8 innings in a game. He is exactly what the doctor ordered. Hoyer, go get our guy. Logan Webb, now of the San Francisco Giants and hopefully soon of the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, I'm going to go with D, Joe Ryan of the Minnesota Twins. Minnesota's 5 games under 500. They have no problem getting rid of Joe Ryan. He's on the cheap too, right? I think he just came off of arbitration, or he's only getting paid like $6.5 million, and he's going to be a free agent at the end of next year, I believe. So, I mean, look, this guy, that's still a pretty damn solid pitcher. 3.43 ERA. He's healthy. He's made 9 starts. He's got a strikeout per inning, a whip of just over 1. Feels like a guy that throws a lot of strikes and a guy that can give you some length. That is exactly, he's averaged 5 innings pitched per start. But still, I mean, that Cubs will take that at this point. So cheap. Losing team in the American League, don't have to give up a ton. That feels like that checks all the boxes there for Jed Hoyer. I'm going to go with Joe Ryan is a Cub by the trade deadline.
I think, look, Logan Webb is the perfect fit for this Cubs team. Logan Webb, look, I know he's not a huge strikeout guy, but Logan Webb is a guy that pitches to contact and he gets a lot of ground balls. And with this Cubs defense, this Cubs infield, he is a perfect fit for the Chicago Cubs. He would be my number 1 target. Freddie Peralta would be my number 2. All right. You're the LA Clippers and currently own the number 5 overall pick. Who do you spend the selection on, assuming DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer, and Wilson are off the board? Is it A, Keaton Wagler, B, Darius Acuff, Kingston Fleming, C, D, Mikel Brown, or E, trade down? Pat?
Yeah, I'm going to just go Keaton Vogler here to get Brad all giddy here. Because, look, they do have Darius Garland. He's more of your true point guard. Darius Acuff's a true point guard, and so is Kingston Flemings. Keaton Vogler can be a point guard. He can also, I feel like, play as the 2, and I feel like that would serve the Clippers well, whereas Garland's going to handle the ball most of the time, but then you give him a guy that can play off the ball and score. I feel like Keaton Vogler checks those boxes. I think it is going to be Keaton Vogler at 5 to the Clips.
Yeah, amen, brother. It's going to be Keaton Vogler here. Vogler performed really well in his combine drills today. 25 of 30 off the bounce shots. That's downright ridiculous. Shot the ball effectively from outside as well. Nearly 6'6", had a 36-inch vertical, but by the way, never dunked once in Illinois, but certainly has a hops to do so. He can play a little point. He can play some off guard. Perfect match with Darius Garland. I agree. Keaton Vogler in LAC.
All right, we got breaking news, a big firing in the NBA. We'll get it to you when we come back, and we'll do a little fill in the blank right here on BetMGM tonight.
What went into the decision that you guys made to pick up Bryce's fifth-year option with you did at the end of April as he gets sent to enter year 4?
Yeah, I think if you look at Bryce, he's getting better and better every year. And then on top of that, I mean, he's clutch. He has that clutch gene. And I think when his back's against the wall in the biggest moments, I think is when he shines. And, it's hard to find quarterbacks that, do the things he does in those type of situations. So he's getting better as a leader. He's really gaining control of this offense, and he's headed in a really good direction right now that we're excited about.
I want to talk about the offense for a second here, and I want to ask you about your new play caller coming up in a moment, but I kind of, and we'll see what happens on the field, right? I kind of really love what you guys are doing at the receiver position where, obviously, and I say this as a short guy, like Bryce is not the tallest quarterback to ever play the game. You have like a fleet of basketball players at receiver, right? These tall receivers to catch passes from the short quarterback. And Chris Brazzell, who you took in the third rounds of the draft, like absolutely fits that bill as well. I'm guessing that's purposeful, right? With Tetaroa and Jalen Coker and now Brazzell. I kind of really like that. I'd love for you to expand upon your passing game and what you think that could be this year with Bryce Young, Dave Canales, and Brad Edzik calling the plays.
Yeah, I think if you look at our receiving core, we have tall guys, obviously, but, I think it's kind of like putting together like a basketball team, right? So, you have Jimmy Horn, you have Mechie, like we have different body types in there other than just our big wideouts. So, I think, add in playmakers, I think is the biggest thing. And, T-Mac last year, Jalen Coker in undrafted free agency, Xavier Legette, who we still believe in and think that he can make a jump this year, adding Chris Brazzell, who's a deep threat. So we have guys that can do a lot of different things. And again, it's like a basketball team out there. And I know Dave and Brad, they're going to put these guys in the best position to succeed. And I'm excited about seeing where it goes.
Look at this best of 3 coming up, because that's what it is now with the Cavs and the Pistons. As less Cleveland versus Detroit and more Donovan Mitchell versus Cade Cunningham. Donovan Mitchell, for all of the wonderful accolades and achievements throughout his career, has never been to a conference final. Hasn't happened. Cade Cunningham is obviously at the beginning of this now. Playoff appearance last year. Now, obviously, carried the Pistons to that series win against Orlando down 3-1. In MVP consideration this year. There is so much on the line in these next few games for Cleveland and Detroit. And yes, obviously, a lot's on the line for the two teams. But a lot's also on the line for these two star players. Who's going to show up? Who's going to show out? It is my belief that whichever star plays better between Cade and Donovan Mitchell, that team moves on to take on my Knicks in the Eastern Conference Final. I have to be real with everybody. You know I like the Cavs before the series. I'll take Cade over Donovan Mitchell.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. If you text in your question, just let us know who you are and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Again, 310-840-4910. All right, we will get you a scoreboard update here in a little bit. We got Paul Skeens working on a no-hitter. You got the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens in Game 4. And you've got Spurs and Timberwolves Game 5 tipping off here in just a matter of moments. I just want to start there because, Brad, we said we would keep the listener up to date on the injury news regarding De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper. They're both game-time decisions. De'Aaron Fox, minutes ago, Paul Garcia of ProjectSpurs.com reporting De'Aaron Fox is good to go. He will start at point guard for the San Antonio Spurs. Their starting lineup has been confirmed, and De'Aaron Fox is in it. And the other one was Dylan Harper. He was questionable with a knee injury. He is also good to go. He is expected to play tonight for San Antonio, so they are expected to have their full complement of players. Again, that game tipping off in 10 minutes from now. We're going to do a little fill in the blank. We'll get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. But first, breaking news, according to Shams Charania, big firing in the NBA after getting swept by my New York Knicks. The Philadelphia 76ers are firing President of Operations Daryl Morey, longtime executive in the NBA. Daryl Morey, who for a while was leading the Houston Rockets, buddy with James Harden. But for the last several years here, as of 2020, Daryl Morey has been the president for the Philadelphia 76ers. That is no longer the case. Nick Nurse, the head coach, is expected to return. And how about this, Brad? Bob Myers, the guy that built the Warriors dynasty, Bob Myers, he's leading the search for the team's new head of basketball operations because Bob Myers is the president of sports for Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. That's Josh Harris, the owner, who also owns the Commanders and the New Jersey Devils, and David Blitzer, the owners of the Sixers. Bob Myers is the president of basically their owning consortium. How about Bob Myers just says, yeah, I'm leading the search. How about myself? How about I step in and return to be a GM here? He literally built the dynasty of the Warriors. I'll tell you what, he'll find a way to break down this broken-ass roster that features Joel Embiid getting paid for the next couple of years here. Paul George getting paid more than $50 million a year. Bob Myers should just say, hey, guys, I reached out and I talked to myself, and I'm gonna be the president of basketball here for the Sixers. I mean, you got the guy right there under your nose. You might as well pick him to lead the team. But I mean, whoever it is, I'm half joking. I really do think it should be Bob Myers. But whoever ends up succeeding Daryl Morey here has got to find a way to make this thing work. And look, again, they really can't do anything with Joel Embiid. His contract extension is just starting to kick in for 3 years and $192 million. He's under contract for the next 2 years, and then he has a player option for nearly $70 million. Paul George, who played well in this postseason, but also Paul George is 36 years old, and he's getting paid more than $54 million next year. And then he has a player option the year after that for $56 million. How do you get these guys off that roster, and how do you try to maybe retool this Sixers team to compete in the Eastern Conference as they are quickly slipping down the ranks here? That's got to be the mission of the next president of the 76ers, and I don't envy them because that is a very difficult job to do with how handcuffed they are with those contracts.
Yeah, a mountain to climb, to say the least. I thought for sure when you were mentioning Bob Meyer and saying, hey, just hire me, you were going to go with a Michael Jackson reference, Little Man in the Mirror. I'm talking to the man in the mirror. Ooh. I mean, that's obviously very fitting. I mean, that's perfect right there. You're right. If he doesn't decide to recommend himself and he goes out and finds somebody else, he will find somebody that will revamp this roster because they lay down and absolutely died and get your beloved New York Knicks. So, they're going to blow it up in some form or fashion, recalibrate, and be like, hey, we got to get back to playing competitive basketball at the highest levels if we have any chance of getting back to the NBA Finals. But, there, little man in the mirror.
Yeah, and you know what I think was the death blow for Daryl Morey was trading Jared McCain to the Oklahoma City Thunder. You know, Jared McCain, who had such a great rookie season last year and then spent most of the beginning of this year hurt, and I guess they just kind of gave up on him. You know, again, Jared McCain 2 years ago in his rookie season averaged more than 15 points per game. Last year, his season was cut short by injuries. He didn't really play well. Last year was his rookie year. The dementia is kicking in here. Last year was Jared McCain's rookie year, and he averaged over 15 points per game, and it was his rookie season that got cut short by injury. This year, to start the year, didn't really play well. Wasn't really having the same kind of role, and then the Sixers and Daryl Morey was like, all right, screw it. Let's trade him to the Thunder, and let's get a first-round pick and 3 second-round picks. That's what they got back for him. On paper, that's a decent haul. And then we're seeing what Jared McCain is now doing in the playoffs here for the Oklahoma City Thunder, where he had back-to-back games of more than a dozen points, and he just averaged 12 points per game coming off the bench in that series against the Lakers. I think that was probably the death blow. You traded Jared McCain for, I wouldn't say a bag of Skittles, but definitely not worth what you got him in the first round for last year, and now he's thriving and flourishing. And I think that was it for Daryl Morey. So, again, a guy that's widely respected, has a deep track record of building some really good teams. And I don't blame this all on Daryl Morey, Brad, because at the heart of it, you have a guy that's won the MVP in Joel Embiid that can't stay healthy. So, look, is that Daryl Morey's fault for giving him that contract extension just over, 2 years ago? Maybe. But how could you blame him? The guy, when he is healthy, the guy is awesome. As much as I hate Embiid, what were you going to do? You just going to knock down that roster as soon as they started to really get some strength here after all the broken trust the process years? I can't blame Daryl Morey for all the failures that the Sixers have had. But again, the last big move he did make was trading Jared McCain away, and it has kind of proved a disaster immediately. So Daryl Morey out as the president of the 76ers. And again, Bob Myers, who is leading the search for the new president, should literally just look at the man in the mirror, as Brad said, and choose himself. I choose me. It will be me. All right, 310-840-4910. Let's get you that scoreboard update. We were on no watch for Skeens. Brad, what is the latest in Pittsburgh with Paul Skeens gunning for a no-hitter?
Yeah, so the very latest, again, Pittsburgh up 2-0 right now, and Paul Skeens through 5 2/3. No, still intact. No hits allowed, no walks allowed. He did hit a batter, so the perfect game is off the board, but he has struck out 9. He's only got 70 pitches. Pat, I think he's going to go the distance, and I think it's a very distinct and real possibility. I told you this during the break after I saw him strike out the side to begin the game. I'm like, it's the Colorado Pebbles. They're easily pulverized and squashed. They're on the road. It could be a no kind of night, and it's certainly entirely on the table. Again, 5 2/3, no hit baseball for Paul Skeens with 9 strikeouts against Colorado.
Yeah, he's got 10 outs to go, so we will keep you posted on that. Meanwhile, end of the first period in Montreal, the Canadiens lead the Sabres 2-1, and they've got a 2-1 lead in Game 4. Cole Caulfield on the power play right before the end of the first period with 13 seconds left has put the Habs up 2-1 as they're trying to take a 3-1 series lead. And then you got T-Wolves Spurs about to tip off. I've got it on my other screen. So let's get back to the heart of the show here. And let's do a little fill in the blank. Let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Combsy, what's up?
Just watching this Paul Skeens bay. He's got a 3-2 count now with 2 outs in the top of the 6th on McCarthy for the Colorado Rockies as he's about to throw the pitch. And he popped him up. Oh, out of play, though. All right. You guys ready for a little bit of fill in the blank?
Yes,
Let's
sir.
do it.
All right. On your all-time list, LeBron James is blank. Pat?
Number 2. And it's not really particularly close that Michael Jordan is number 1. I think it's also not particularly close that anybody else is in front of LeBron James. I mean, don't get me wrong, Kobe Bryant, one of the greatest players of all time. I still think you stack up all the accomplishments of LeBron James and you compare them to Kobe Bryant. I still think LeBron's got a better career. Sure, the longevity does play a factor into that, but the 10 NBA Finals appearances, again, you could say, well, 4-6. Okay, he's got 4 NBA titles. I still think everything he's done for the game, what he's done with the rebounding numbers, the assist numbers, and the fact that he has just been a consistent force of greatness. LeBron has a better career than Kobe, better career than Kareem, better career than Magic, better career than Wilt Chamberlain and Larry Bird. So LeBron on my list is number 2 all time.
Yeah, definitely number 2 all time on my list as well. And can we put to rest the arguments of who is indeed the GOAT? I mean, everybody argues about it. It seems like this time every single year between MJ and LeBron. The stark difference in my mind has always been who's the better defensive player. Both are just accomplished offensive players. There's no question about it. But Jordan absolutely rocks the world of LeBron defensively, based on all the accolades, all defensive team honors that he earned during his prestigious career. So it's clearly Michael Jordan 1, LeBron clearly number 2, and I agree, a great distance to whoever number 3 is on that list.
Yeah, I think you guys are crazy. I mean, LeBron's 4th on my list all time. I have him 4th. I have Jordan, I have Kobe 2nd, and I have Wilt 3, and I have LeBron 4. That's where I have on my all-time list. So, look, for me, Kobe with the championships, Kobe been swept less time in the playoffs. Like, you talk about the longevity all you want. Yes, what he's done for as long as he's done it is incredible. But when you put all the accolades in there, all the points and everything else, of course it's going to add up over the course of time when you play that many years in the league. So I don't give him as much credit for a lot of those statistics when you start talking about them. So for me, LeBron James, 4th all time. All right. The number 1 pick in the NBA draft will be blank to the blank. Brad?
Look, I don't think there's going to be any curveballs thrown in the NBA draft this year. I think the Wizards are going to stay at number 1. I think they're going to take AJ DeBonsa, who, by the way, has the best vertical leap of anybody in this class has so far been measured. Andrei Stojakovic of my ILL was at number 1 until today. He had a 41.5-inch vertical. AJ DeBonsa with 42 inches. DeBonsa can do literally everything. He's going to be a multi-time All-Star. It would be idiotic for the Wiz to trade out of that one spot. I know they got Trae Young on that roster, but AJ DeBonsa should be the centerpiece of that roster for years to come.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. AJ DeBonsa to the Washington Wizards. Now, the Wizards, they are a poverty franchise. It wouldn't surprise me if they screw this up and select Darren Peterson. But it should be AJ DeBonsa, and it should be to the Washington Wizards. For most of the reasons why Brad said, but also, again, you look at what this team, unfortunately, they're building around, they're the cornerstones right now, as it stands, Trae Young and Anthony Davis. So you got your 4 or your 5, and you got your point guard. AJ DeBonsa can operate as a point guard at times, but more importantly, where he should be best is if Trae Young is playing well, you got Trae Young facilitating, kicking it out to AJ DeBonsa for catch and shoot threes on the wing, or kicking it out to AJ DeBonsa, who then, drives and gets downhill and gets to the bucket. I'm also fascinated to see him in the pick and roll game with AD. And I think you can get pick and roll game with him and Trae Young as well. So those two operating in tandem, I think are going to be great for him. You got some other really good wings and defenders, like Koulibaly and Keyshawn George and Bub Carrington. So it feels like AJ DeBonsa is that missing piece. I don't know how much longer Trae Young and Anthony Davis will be on this team after another 12 months from now. But for now, this is the roster they have, and AJ DeBonsa seems like the missing piece.
I agree with you guys that it should be AJ DeBonsa. I just don't trust Washington to not screw this up and take Darren Peterson now that he's figured out his cramp issues and
good Lord.
creatine and all this stuff. That's my problem with it. Is I do think that Washington keeps the number 1 pick. I just don't know that they make the right pick. I don't trust them to make the right pick. I think they go Darren Peterson at 1. All right. On a scale of 1 to 10.
Well, hold on. You can't just say that and then just move on. You really think the Wizards are going to take Darren Peterson 1?
I do. I don't trust them to not screw it up.
To not screw it up?
They're not going to do that.
You're telling me and Brad and the entire country and North America and the entire world right now, you think Darren Peterson's going to be a better NBA player than AJ DeBonsa?
No, that's why I said I don't trust them to not screw it up. I think AJ DeBonsa should be the number 1 pick. I don't trust Washington to not screw it up. That's my thing. That's why I say that I think they're going to pick Darren Peterson because
you in Salt Lake City are
Washington. That's what. Yeah, exactly. All right. Can I move on now, Pat? We good?
Yes.
Sorry, I thought you were saying you trust them to not screw it up and that they'll take Darren Peterson.
No. I don't think I would stay far away from Darren Peterson. If Darren Peterson is available at 4, I want the Bulls to run as far away from Darren Peterson as they can. And so I don't want any part of Darren Peterson. I think whoever picks him is going to end up with a player that is just a nightmare in the locker room. All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, your excitement level for the NFL schedule release is blank. Brad?
I'm going to give it a 6. I'm not like head over heels, doing jumping jacks, doing backflips in my living room like 10 out of 10. But what I will say is this, and we already know half the schedule anyway. I wish there was a little bit more drama to it where we can know every specific game released at the same time on the same night. Just a suggestion. But for me, it begins the unofficial fantasy football season. And I really start thinking about, who's going to be a breakout star? Who's a player that could potentially slump? Who's going to lead me to the promised land in my league? So, every time the schedule release happens, I always think about fantasy football immediately. And that always brings a warm and fuzzy feeling.
I'm going 9 out of 10. You guys are just, throwing some shade here at the NFL. Like we've only gotten 7 leaks. We've only gotten 7 games. Last time I checked, how many NFL games are in a season? Like 287?
It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday.
We
We're
got
gonna have
200
like a dozen more leagues.
I don't know, but it's Tuesday. We
It's
also
Tuesday, yeah.
so you got tomorrow, you got tonight,
Oh, it's
and you got
Tuesday.
tomorrow.
All right.
We got 48 hours
Dozen more
until the
leagues.
schedule release. And by the way, there's going to be a very special 2-hour show right here on Westwood One Sports. Right in the middle of our show, BetMGM tonight. We will step aside right before 8 o'clock, turn it over to Scott Graham and the folks from Westwood One Sports. They'll do a 2-hour live NFL schedule release show from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll jump back on for the final hour of our normal program and break it all down. So look, for me, we get to step aside and let all the granddaddy games get released, and then we get to come back on and talk about it and break it down. I can't wait. We got 7 games that got released. There's 265 other games that have to be put on the schedule here, and we always find out a couple of week 1 games. So, like, I'm pumped up, man. I'm jacked up. That for me, you said it, Brad, fantasy football season. That also starts, I'm looking at week 1. I'm looking at every single game, and then we can finally get a grasp on what we think teams will be this season, because we know every opponent and we know exactly when they're playing them. I mean, we can see some of you could see the pitfalls of that Dallas Cowboys season happening last year when they basically had a 6-game stretch of teams that won double-digit games last year, the year before that in a row. You knew the Cowboys weren't making the playoffs. So I can't wait to find out, and I'm pumped. I'm 9 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, look, I don't know why you said you guys are throwing shade. I didn't throw any shade. I'm a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 actually for the NFL schedule release, like I am every year. I'm a geek for the schedule release, and for those reasons that Brad mentioned too with fantasy, is because that's when I start putting my fantasy rankings together, getting ready for my fantasy season. I start putting it together. The schedule has a ton to do with my fantasy rankings. Absolutely, 110%. So I am always excited for the NFL schedule release. All right. The best team in the MLB right now, in your opinion, is blank, Pat.
Best team in Major League Baseball right now, in my opinion, and I think a lot of facts would back this up here. It's got to be the New York Yankees here. Now look, they're actually going through their worst stretch of the season. The Yankees have actually lost 4 games in a row heading into tonight. That's going to change. They're up 6-0 on the Orioles. Their offense went away for a couple of games. That's fine. But you look at the team leaders here in OPS in Major League Baseball, and the New York Yankees are number 3. You look at the most runs scored in baseball this year, and the Yankees are number 2. You look at the home run leaders in baseball this year, and the Yankees are number 1. You look at the pitching. You look at the ERA leaders. The Yankees are number 2. You look at the most strikeouts. The Yankees are number 5. And oh yeah, did I mention the Yankees only just got Carlos Rodon back, and Garrett Cole still hasn't pitched a game this season, and Giancarlo Stanton has been on the shelf for most of the year? Yeah, the Yankees are a wagon like they normally are, and they might not have the best record in baseball right now. That might belong to the Atlanta Braves, and your Chicago Cubs are right behind them, and so are the Tampa Bay Rays. But the Yankees are the best team in baseball, and they're proving it on a nightly basis.
I hate to agree with you, but I have to because I'm a numbers nerd, and I look at the advanced data. You already laid out the case of a lot of that data that's out there, but pare it down the last couple of weeks. They are number 2 in WRC plus on all Major League Baseball, and number 3 in team ERA at a 2.92. They have an outstanding bullpen. The starting 5 is solid. You add Rodon as well, a little bit of rust the other night, but they got big boppers galore, and let's call a spade a spade. The AL sucks, and that's a good thing for New York. They're just going to bludgeon teams repeatedly as the NL may cannibalize itself. So, the Yankees right now, the best team in Major League Baseball.
You guys are killing me. You're a numbers nerd, Pat, or Brad. You're a numbers nerd. The Yankees have 2 wins versus teams over 500. 2 wins. They don't beat good teams, and that's something that you need to do.
We don't know yet.
The best teams in baseball, and one of the best teams in baseball is a team where you freaking went and picked Mason Wynn, so I shouldn't be shocked that you would agree with him about the Yankees. But it's the Chicago Cubs. Everything that they're doing, and you can call me, of course you're going to pick the Cubs. You're a Cubs fan, blah, blah, blah. Everything that they've done with all of the injuries that they've faced to this pitching staff and all of the stuff that they've overcome at this point in the season, to do what they've done, 2 10-game winning streaks already in the first 41 games, is incredible. 15-game winning streak at Wrigley Field is incredible, especially with all of the depletion that they've had. And they're only going to get better, whether it's these guys getting healthy or by making trades to get better pitching. The Cubs are the best team in baseball. It's not even close.
I hope you're right.
I am.
Pick the Cubs. What a shocker.
You picked the Yankees. Stop it.
You said they have
That's a
2
good
wins
argument.
against.
They're on a 4-game losing streak, and you picked the Yankees.
Yeah, not anymore. And you also said they've only got 2 wins against teams above 500. That's because basically every team in baseball is 500. So it's like, what do you want from them?
The Cubs have 12 wins against teams over 500. What are you talking about?
Well, how many games have the Yankees played against teams above 500? 6, 7?
Because they play in the
6,
American
7,
League
not
where
many.
nobody's over 500.
Exactly. So what are you told? You're giving me some stupid stat. Anyway, gotta take a break. We can finish off fill in the blank when we come back, and we got some NFL news and notes to get to here ahead of the big schedule release. 48 hours away. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Are we really going to do this thing where it's like, he sucks? He's not good anymore. He's not worthy of making a lot of money next year? Are we going to do that? Like, look, like, you can hate him. You can be like Dylan Brooks, one of the great trolls of our time, showing up with, I got to tell you something, man. He's with Paul Wall and Nelly. Rob the jewelry store and tell him, make me a grill. With that grill Dylan Brooks had on last night. You can hate LeBron James. That's fine. I'm not telling you have to like him or dislike him. You can feel however you want to feel. But what I won't accept on this show is if you're going to come on and deny what's happening on the court, on the field, on the pitch, whatever. He's still great. He's still not good. He's still great. Any team in the NBA, any of them, starting with the Lakers, we could put the Cavs in the mix. Obviously, that's an easy one. Easy dots to connect. We'll see how the next couple games go. We'll see how this goes against the Pistons, right? Or you could talk about if things go poorly for the Knicks moving forward, and I pray that doesn't happen as a Knicks fan. The Thunder, seriously. You can hate him. That's fine. I don't care what you like or don't like. That's your, I like and dislike things. That's fine. Are we really going to say that any team in the NBA wouldn't be better with LeBron James? Every team in the league should be lining up to sign LeBron because he's still awesome. He's not good. He's great. He's great. He's great. And he is clearly willing to accept a reduced role. How do I know that? He did it. It happened. He did it this season. And we're still going to do. He's not Jordan. Not my Laker GOAT. He's no Kobe. He's no Magic. Well, he took his talents to South Beach. Like, get over it. Get over it at least in how you talk about the guy as a player. You don't like him personally. I don't care. You don't like his politics. He can be passive aggressive. I understand. I mean it. I can understand it, right? But I don't want to do this where, like, he sucks and he's not good anymore. And you play for the minimum. You take the minimum. You do it. I dare you. I dare anybody. Doesn't matter how much money you make. No one wants to make less money. You might think, well, I'm doing all this, and yet he's out there, and he's got this match, and he's a billionaire. I'm just telling you, this is human nature. You don't have to like it, but it is what it is, and you need to accept it. I don't know how anyone could say they don't like the signing of Jalen Phillips, the signing of Devin Lloyd, like pass rusher. Lloyd coming off a tremendous year last year in Jacksonville at the linebacker position. What those two guys can bring to your defense here, Jalen Phillips and Devin Lloyd.
Yeah, I mean, those two guys, they're blue players is what we would call them. Two guys that can really impact the game on a down in and down out basis. Obviously, we've seen what Jalen Phillips can do on the edge. He gets after the quarterback. He plays with a super high motor, which we value around here. Same thing with Devin Lloyd. He's just always running to the ball, always around the ball. He can run and he can close. So adding those two guys and, the rookie class that we just bought in and, the guys from last year, Nick Scordon, Princely, those two guys I think are going to just continue to take a leap. And yeah, I mean, we're excited about our defense and where that's headed. And I think sky's the limit for that side of the ball.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. Got some NFL news and notes to get to. Before we do that, though, let's get you a scoreboard update here. San Antonio up big in the early going, 26-14. Spurs lead the T-Wolves with 4.5 left to go in the first quarter. They have exploded out of the gate. And Victor Wembanyama, Brad, remember when I said I thought he might struggle offensively? We're 8 minutes into the game, and Wemby's got 16 points already. I mean, holy smokes. 16 points.
Wow.
In the first 7.5 minutes of the game to go with 5 rebounds. I mean, my goodness. He is just a man possessed right now. So, yeah, how would he do coming off that ejection? I would say like he's on a freaking mission. Nobody on Minnesota has more than 3 points, but they do have 7 guys that have already scored here. So we'll see. Remember, Minnesota fell down in a massive hole in game 3. I believe they trailed that game early on. Remember, it was 18-3, and then they ended up having the lead in the first minute of the second quarter. So not the first time they found themselves down big to start the game, but they're going to need to figure it out sooner rather than later here. Otherwise, this one could get ugly and look like that game 2 blowout again. And then on the ice, 5 minutes into the second period, the Canadiens still lead the Sabres 2-1. That's game 4 of that series. Montreal with a 2-1 series lead. So they could be within a game of moving to the Eastern Conference Finals if they could finish that off tonight. And they're looking to snap the drought. It's been more than 30 years since a Canadian team won the Cup. The Habs are the last one to do it back in 1993. So there you go. And then, Brad, scoreboard update on the Pirates. Paul Skeens had a no-hitter in the 6th inning the last time we checked. Does he still have that no-no?
Unfortunately, no. As Mickey Moniak broke up the no Cruz, try to make a diving grab to no avail, as he has given up one hit, but he does have 10 strikeouts through 7 innings pitched, 89 total pitches. Paul, skeins. Skeins. Can't say any more lyrically on that song, but Paul Skeins absolutely dealing tonight.
Yeah, you're the first person I've ever heard do that, which is just remarkable.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's pivot after that. That was great. Skeins. Oh, skeins. All right. So again, we've got the NFL schedule release coming up in less than 48 hours. Again, we'll have a 2-hour special here on Westwood One Sports right in the middle of our show, which we are happy to step aside for. But Brad, you're not happy with all the leaks. We only have 7 games released, but the NFL has unveiled its strength of schedule ranks by team. So they know what the schedule is going to look like. And we all know the opponents of all these teams anyway. So I guess you really didn't need the schedule to do this, because you do know which teams everybody was playing based on the rotation of which divisions they're playing in the other conferences and so on and so forth, and how the standings finished last year. But anyway, the NFL did unveil its strength of schedule ranks by team. And how about this? The top 3 hardest schedules. Number 1, your Chicago Bears.
Ooh.
Number 2, the Miami Dolphins. And number 3, the Arizona Cardinals. With the Chicago Bears opponent win percentage from last year being a combined .550. So how does that make you feel your Bears are going to play the toughest schedule in all of football this year?
I'm not worried, because they had one of the toughest schedules in all of football last year, and you saw what the Bears were able to do. By the way, for those who with sports betting interest, the over-under on Bears wins currently at BetMGM is sitting at 9.5. It's juiced the under at -125, plus 105 on the over. Give me the over, man. I think the Bears going to win 10 games this season. I think they have a great shot of winning this division, but it's going to be rough and rugged, as it usually is with the Packers, the Lions, and the Vikings should be improved as well. So I'm not utterly shocked, not floored. The Bears have the toughest slate, but again, they had, I think, like the 3rd or 4th toughest slate last year, and you saw what they were able to do.
Yeah, look, and by the way, if you're watching the show live on YouTube or on Twitter, our fantastic VP, video producer, Michael Montgomery, has the graphic set up for you to see it, all the top strength of schedules for NFL teams this year. And again, the Chicago Bears at the top. Yeah, again, I'm worried about your Bears. I am. With all that turnover regression likely coming, and I'm not the biggest believer in Caleb Williams, although I'm a much bigger believer than I was 12 months ago, and rightfully so. Had a fantastic season, all the big Iceman moments in the 4th quarter. He stole the nickname from the actual Iceman, but, whatever. Look, I just think that their defense, it better be improved, because you're not getting all those turnovers. So Caleb Williams still has a lot of erratic parts about his game. I do like what the Bears did in the draft. I was a fan of them getting Dylan Thieneman to improve that defensive backfield. Again, the run game should be pretty damn good with Swift and Kyle Monangai.
Yep.
I want to see who's going to step up in that offense. If Rome Odunze can really be trusted to be a number 1 receiver now that DJ Moore is gone. If Luther Burden can take a big step forward this year. But look, they're going to play the hardest schedule. It's going to be tough. By the way, the Dolphins and the Cardinals, they were terrible. How do they have the 2nd and 3rd strongest schedules? I guess that's because of whatever divisions. Well, the Cardinals are in the NFC West, which is the best division. AFC East, not that great. They do get to play the Jets twice a year. But yeah, that's tough. All right, how about this? Top 3 easiest schedules. Cleveland Browns, the New Orleans Saints, and the Cincinnati Bengals. If that team can finally stay healthy, if Joe Burrow can stay healthy, if the Bengals miss the playoffs this year, fire everybody, because they have been handed, with the rotation of the division schedules and everything else, the Cincinnati Bengals have been handed a gift this year. They better make the playoffs.
I totally agree. The over-under right now at BetMGM on team wins sitting at 9.5. Juice the over at -140. This should be a 10-win team. I mean, the defense vastly improved. Dexter Lawrence, obviously, the man in the middle, premier run stopper, really collapsed a lot of pockets. Made other investments in the back end, the middle of that defense. They should at least be a top 15 defense. You're going to have maybe a top 5 overall offense. So if we can all congeal quite nicely and come together, Cincinnati, bare minimum, going to win 10 games. And did you see the New Orleans Saints, the fleur-de-lis? Because if you recall, Pat, I have picked the Saints to win the NFC South. I believe in Tyler Shuck. I like Tyson Jordan. They bring him to the NFL draft, number 8 overall. Definitive WR2, could catch maybe 7-8 touchdown passes this season with his verticality. Got Chris Olave there. Got Travis Etienne now. That backfield, you're going to have, I think, a top 10 defense as well. The over-under is 7.5 wins for the Saints. Just let's do this. Daddy won. Daddy need. Daddy gotta have a brother. Let's do it. Let's go. Man, it's going to be a party on Bourbon Street this year. They are going to be the team to beat in the NFC South. I am a firm believer. And it's not because of the Sazeracs, which are amazing in that town. But the Crescent City is going to be rocking this season. It's going to be a party on Bourbon Street and inside the Superdome early and often. Believe in the New Orleans Saints.
Well, hold on. Did you just say the sassafras is great in New Orleans? What now?
Sazeracs.
What the hell is a Sazerac?
Do you know what a Sazerac is? Dude,
no idea.
Sazerac is a delicious drink. It is the oldest American cocktail. Look it up. It's like bourbon, orange peel, maybe vermouth in there, and that's it. I got it at the Bourbon House.
Sounds like an old fashioned.
Sort of. But it's potent. I mean, it's straight liquor. They're delicious. They go down ultra smooth. It is the oldest cocktail in these United States of America. Get it in New Orleans. They also make a good one in Chicago. I found a couple of speakeasies that do it right, but those are only 2 towns I've actually had a good, authentic Sazerac in.
Okay. All right, we have to take a break here, Brad. We got some more notes and news we can get to, but also, why don't we play the hottest game in America right now? The game that has swept the country and social media. Let's play it when we come back. What that game is, you have to stick around and find out. And we'll have some good production for it as well. You're going to want to stick around and play this game with us. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
I play a lot of fantasy football, so there is a fantasy football tinge to this question, but it's also an important real-life question as well. Where is Jonathan Brooks at in his recovery from another injury? Because I think a lot of people, whether you play fantasy or not, real life, really excited about him when you guys drafted him a couple years ago. Because you like Rico's not on the team anymore, so I'm guessing you guys have expectations for Jonathan. Where is he at in his rehab right now?
Yeah, I just came in from practice out there, and he looks great. He looks really good. He's moving really well. He's cutting really well. We're really optimistic on where he's headed. Man, he's put so much work in and went through so much, like in terms of injuries, and that can take a toll on a young man, in this league. So he's done a great job. He's been a pro. He's so mature. He's such a great guy. So we're excited for him personally, and excited for us as a team to get him back.
The Oklahoma City Thunder essentially have been running up a credit card bill. And the bill gon' be due in the next round against either Minnesota or San Antonio. So yeah, it has been lollipops and sunshine and roses and cookies and ice cream and whatever pleasurable thing you want to throw out there for OKC. 2 series, 8 wins, 0 losses. It's about to get tougher. And now, for the first time this postseason, we can say this. They have to get J-Dub back. You need J-Dub. You have to have Jalen Williams. The better Jalen Williams. Not J-Will. Again, how insane is this? There's a J-Dub and a J-Will. Not J-Will. They need J-Dub. Obviously had the hamstring injury. Has had multiple injuries this season. Have to have him. How close do you guys actually think you are right now?
Listen, like we're making progress every year is what I can say. Like I think our team's getting better and better. Bryce is in the same system now for 3 years in a row, which obviously helps out having that continuity between the head coach, the quarterback, and just the team in general, and like creating your culture and just figuring all the little details out that make a building run the way that it should run. So yeah, we feel like we're headed in the right direction. I always say it every interview, and I truly believe it is why I say it. Like we have to put the work in first and foremost. Like if we don't put the work in and we're not earning it out on the football field, then nothing's really going to matter during the season. So I think as long as we continue to stay hungry, earn everything, and just kind of earn our arrival.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll get you a scoreboard update here in just a bit. But, Brad, there's a game that you introduced us to the other day, and I've been dying to play it today because I played it immediately in our pre-show meeting yesterday, and I'm in love with it. It's sweeping the country. It's sweeping social media. What is that game? Because we're about to play it live here on BetMGM tonight.
Yeah, it was invented by a guy named Frank Michael Smith. Check him out on X. It's called the Geo Sports app. So if you're a geography nut like I am, if you're a sports nut also like I am, it's just a trivia game, and you got to put a pin on the location that trivia question is asking the answer for. The closer you are with the pin placement, with the correct answer, the more points that you accumulate. So shout out to Frank Michael Smith for this brilliant invention. It's only like a week old and just keeps growing in popularity.
Yeah, not to toot my own horn, but I played it on Monday, Brad. I got a 987. And yes, I posted it on Twitter. I'm not going to be the guy that posts their Wordle score every single day like some hardos did for like weeks and weeks and weeks on end. I'm sorry if you were one of them. I don't know if you were. I don't know if Combs was or anybody else on the show.
No,
but I did. I had to post my score on Monday. But why don't we play together? Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. He'll ask the questions. Let's get video producer Monty in the mix. He's going to put his screen up on our show. So if you're watching on Twitter, or if you're watching on YouTube, BetMGM tonight, you can watch us and play along with us. So let's get it here for this Tuesday edition. And if you haven't played by now, well, play along with us here. Combs, what's the first question?
Real quick, Victor Wembanyama after the first quarter on pace for 72 points, 24 rebounds, and 4 assists. Just throwing that out there.
Jesus.
It's incredible.
My God.
All right, let's play this game. The Braves, owners of MLB's best record right now, 28-13. Looks like they're on their way to 29-13. Played in this Midwest city before moving to Atlanta in 1966.
That is Milwaukee, gentlemen.
Yep.
Monty.
Milwaukee Braves.
Wisconsin.
So we got to go to we got to zoom in on Wisconsin.
Southeast Wisconsin, right along the lake. Not far from where you're at right now, Monty. Don't fail us.
All right, so Monty is working the video. I don't think there we go. Now we got some zoom in going here. Oh, that was a faraway click.
Oof.
Did you raw dog that click,
We're
Monty?
trusting Monty.
Raw dog the click.
Oh, Monty
Yes,
said in
I
our show
did.
chat, I can't figure out how to zoom on vMix.
All right.
So we're raw dogging these
clicks.
clicks.
All right.
We are all dogging.
The one I put on my computer got 98 points. All right. Next question. The Canadians up 2-1 host the Sabres tonight. They are actually up 2-1 last I checked. Host the Sabres tonight in this French-speaking city.
Oh, Montreal.
Montreal. Okay.
Now, I don't think they're going to, but they don't give you any of the provinces. And if I'm not mistaken, Montreal is east of Toronto. So it's kind of like, if you're looking at the
Northeast.
map.
So if you go north of Lake Ontario, roughly, that should put you in proximity.
It's right above Vermont in New
Guys,
York.
that's better, Combs. I was going to say, which one is Lake Ontario?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
right above
Jesus.
Vermont and New York, guys. You're killing me.
All right, yeah, go Vermont. Yeah, go the Vermont route.
Go
That's
right
actually
to the
further
left
east of Lake Ontario.
above Vermont and right to the left, like right next to Vermont and New York.
Yeah, Vermont is
All right,
much
let's
east
hope.
of Lake Ontario, though. I think Combs is right. I think it's
Yeah.
in line with Vermont. Wow,
There we go,
Combs.
Yeah, there you
Combs
go.
already
Combs.
played this. He's cheating. He already played it. I don't want his
He
help.
is cheating.
Oh my
He is
God.
cheating.
I know where the stuff is at.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
My goodness. Scotty Scheffler, who will look to defend his title at this week's PGA Championship, went to college at this university.
I don't know golf. I don't know golfers' collegiate background. So, gentlemen, I'm leaning on you.
Damn, I have no idea where Scotty Scheffler went to college. I know he's from New Jersey.
They go to Florida, maybe? Pulling a random college
That's
out of my ass?
Got
Monty?
it had to be in it. It's got to be in the Southeast. I mean, if you're playing golf in college, you're not playing in the Northeast. I don't think he went to
No,
school
you're
in
not playing in
California.
Chicago.
I'll co-sign Brad's guess. Let's go Florida, Gainesville, which is like Central Florida. So let's try that.
Oof.
How central are we talking here?
Monty,
that
I don't know,
is
just
good
put
where
right in the
your
middle.
arrow
Or
is.
Florida, because they are.
Combs,
way
yeah,
away.
Alrighty.
Combs is telling us it's right. He already played the game. I don't care. We already locked in our guess. Oh, he played in
Where is it?
Texas?
Yeah,
Oh,
went to
Texas.
University of Texas.
Ah.
I told you I
Wow.
played the
All
game
right.
earlier, and I scored almost a 900, so I knew what the answers were. It's not like I'm.
Well, we don't want to cheat, all right?
Cheating.
Go to the next question.
That's why I
Give
didn't
us
say
one
the
more.
answer.
We're running out of time. We're running out of
The
time. One
World
more.
Cup kicks off in 30 days at this storied stadium in the capital city of one of three host countries.
Washington, D.C.?
It could be Canada or Mexico, right? Too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we're the host, right?
No, I think the
It's
World Cup
DC.
kicks off in Mexico. I think it kicks off in Mexico.
Oh.
I would go Mexico City.
All right,
Yeah, all
I
three
will lean
countries
on you
are
because I
hosts.
know nothing about the footy.
Go Mexico City, Monty, which is
Mexico City.
It's like north central Mexico.
No, it's not north central.
Northeast central. It's like,
No,
I don't know,
it's not
3 hours south
northeast.
of
It's like south
like
central
south.
Mexico. So due west of the Yucatan.
Monty has
knows
no
what the
clue what the
Yucatan
Yucatan even is.
How about I click right in the middle?
All right,
Yeah, just
let's
do
go.
that.
All right,
We gotta get
that's
to
fair,
this
that's
last
fair.
one. The
We got
last
5 seconds.
question. The last question. It won't click. All right, Kurt
We're gonna run out
Cignetti, who
of time.
visited the White House with this Indiana on Monday, coached at this school before joining the Hoosiers.
We're out of
James
time.
Madison, but we got to go.
Yeah. All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. We'll reset at the top with the Lakers season being over. This has been BetMGM tonight.
Now, a lot can happen in 9 months. Insert joke here. Think about it. Think about the miracle of life. And people can make their jokes, whatever. As a father, watched my wife be pregnant, watched her belly grow, sonograms, watch her give birth. This is all, I don't think, I'll speak for just for men. The male mind can really comprehend what goes on. We are dumb by comparison. I just want to sit and scratch my ass and play video games and watch sports and talk about it with all of you. Meanwhile, my wife is growing a human. Women grow humans. It's pretty unbelievable, right? So here is my question for everybody. What is more impressive in a 9-month span? Growing a human or recovering fully from a torn ACL? December 14th, 2025. Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL in a Chiefs loss to the Los Angeles Chargers. Monday Night Football, Week 1 this year, Chiefs Broncos, September 14th, 2026. 9 months to the day. What's more impressive? Growing a human, recovering from a torn ACL. I'm only being slightly facetious there. So here's my question for everybody, right? As it concerns Patrick Mahomes, who all reports have been, he's on track to participate in whatever form that is in all offseason workouts. Do you really think, seriously, that, and we can have the same conversation about Bo Nix, and the Bo Nix ankle thing is, I would not say it's worrisome as far as the regular season is concerned, but the can keeps getting kicked down the road. And the goalposts keep getting moved with Bo Nix and when he's going to return to workouts and offseason activities for the Broncos. And that's to a much lesser extent than Mahomes with the ACL, right? Here is my question for everybody. Do you think that A, the National Football League, and B, ESPN, would put Chiefs Broncos in primetime, first Monday night game of the year, if the expectation was that Justin Fields was going to start the game? Or Jarrett Stidham. I've had enough of the Jarrett Stidham experience after one game. I'm good. You can be into it. I'm not. You don't think the NFL, and I'm not saying they have the crystal ball and they know for sure there can be setbacks, but come on. You don't think the NFL feels reasonably confident that Patrick Mahomes is going to play? That Bo Nix is going to play? And that this is going to be Mahomes and the Chiefs versus Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos? Come on. So if that's true, man, we got a freaking banger on our hands, man. The Broncos, with their proof of concept, they won the division last year. They played on Championship Sunday. They return basically the same team with Jalen Waddle added to the mix at the receiver position. Not bad. and the Kansas City Chiefs, presumably with a healthy Patrick Mahomes, with Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, now toting the rock in the backfield, and defensive reinforcements that I believe will transform this Steve Spagnuolo defense in an extremely positive way. With Mansour Delane at corner, with Peter Woods at defensive tackle, and with R. Mason Thomas coming off the edge. And when you think about this game, and we're months out, right? A lot can change. Chiefs Broncos. If I tell you the game's in Denver, and let's throw point spreads out, who's going to win the game? Who do you like to win the game? The Chiefs or the Broncos? Assuming Mahomes plays, who's going to win? My sense is a lot of people, more than 50%, will say Kansas City because the Chiefs have Mahomes. What went into the decision that you guys made to pick up Bryce's fifth-year option with you did at the end of April as he gets sent to enter year 4?
Yeah, I think if you look at Bryce, he's getting better and better every year. And then on top of that, I mean, he's clutch.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've now got 2 solo hours as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern every single night. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text any of your thoughts on the show or any of the topics that I'm about to get into. Again, 310-840-4910. It's been a while since we last got you a scoreboard update. And by the way, that Sports Geo game or the Geo Sports game was just chaotic. It was an incredible amount of fun. The last question was Kurt Signetti coached this team. It was James Madison, which I believe the James Madison Dukes are in North Carolina or Virginia. Either way, we're going to run that back probably every night, at least going forward here. And we'll play it in a better time slot so we don't run out of time like we just did. But yeah, again, it's been a while since we got your scoreboard update. So let's do that first because there are some massive playoff games going on right now. And then I'm going to tell you what the end of the Lakers season means for LeBron and everybody else involved. So first, let's get you to what was a no-hitter for Paul Skeens at one point and is still a pretty damn good, ridiculous outing for the Pirates ace. Second straight outing for Paul Skeens. 8 shutout innings, 2 hits or less allowed. And this time he's got double-digit strikeouts. 8 innings, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, 10 punch-outs for Paul Skeens, 98 pitches. His ERA is now down to basically what it's been the last 2 years, a 1.98 ERA. And the Pirates lead the Rockies 3-0. I mean, he's just flat-out untouchable now on a nearly start-by-start basis. He did get roughed up by the Cardinals again back on April 30th. Outside of that, his other 3 starts in his last 4 outings. Tonight, 8 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 10 strikeouts. Last Wednesday, 8 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts. And back on April 24th against the Brewers, 7 innings, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 7 strikeouts. I mean, just untouchable. And you think, all right, well, I mean, surely guys are taking a ton of pitches. He's walking some guys with his stuff being that good. No, Paul Skeens has not walked a single batter since April 13th. That's now 5 straight starts without a walk. He did hit a batter tonight because he had a perfect game going early on. He did hit a batter, but he hasn't actually walked a batter now in 5 straight starts. So Paul Skeens, just admire the greatness and admire what has been an incredible start. Take away his opening day start, which, by remember, he didn't get out of the first inning against the Mets, mostly because of O'Neal Cruz. Like, imagine if he only gave up like 2 or 3 runs, which would still be a lot for Paul Skeens. His ERA would be like a low 1 right now. Absolutely absurd. All right, on the ice. Minute and a half left to go in the second period. Game 4 between the Canadiens and the Sabres. The winner of this series will play the Carolina Hurricanes. Montreal leading 2-1, and they're at home. Chance to go up 3-1, and the Buffalo Sabres have tied this thing up at 2 goals apiece. Their last goal coming from Tage Thompson on the power play. And so it's Buffalo 2, Montreal 2, 90 seconds to go in the second period. That third period is going to be massive. And then NBA playoffs, Game 5, Spurs and T-Wolves. 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. This game's been a roller coaster. It's 52-39. Spurs lead the T-Wolves. However, the Spurs led early on in this game by 15 points. They led at one point. It was 24-9. And then minutes later, it was a 2-point game. And then it was a 12-point game. Then it was back to single digits. Then it was again a lead of 15, and now it's back to 12. So the Spurs have had a huge lead, then back to a one-possession game. They've built a pretty sizable lead here again, 52-40 now, with Ayo Dosunmu about to take another free throw after a timeout that just got called. 52-40, the Spurs lead, and what Victor Wembanyama is doing is just absolutely remarkable. Coming back from the Game 4 ejection, he's only played 12 minutes so far out of a possible 19. He's got 18 points, 8 rebounds, and a block. But basically, anytime he's on the floor, the Spurs are dominating. He's only played 12 minutes, and Wemby is a plus 21. The Spurs are up by 12. When Wemby's on the floor, they're a plus 21. They got out to that massive 24-9 lead. Wemby had 16 points in the first 5 minutes of the game. And then he came off the floor, and Minnesota immediately got right back into it. And then Wemby came back on the floor, and the lead went right back to double digits. So there's your tip. There's your pro tip to Coach Mitch Johnson of the Spurs. Keep Wembanyama on the floor basically for every second of this game. And he doesn't have a single foul yet either, so it's not like he's in foul trouble or anything. T-Wolves have got to figure him out. They have got to figure out how to slow him down. Meanwhile, for Minnesota, Anthony Edwards has 8 points. Balanced scoring attack. Ayo Dosunmu, who's in the starting lineup tonight, he's got 7. Jaden McDaniels has 7. But, again, they can't stop Wembanyama, and Minnesota is struggling to shoot their threes. Just 4 of 14 as a team. Meanwhile, the Spurs are 6 of 15. So it feels like the Spurs might dominate this game, which I thought the T-Wolves could keep it close. But we'll see. I mean, Minnesota, remember, in Game 3 in San Antonio, they were down 18-3 to start the game and then erased that deficit, and that game came down to the final minutes. San Antonio ended up winning it. Minnesota got down again by 15 in the very first couple of minutes of this game. They already pulled it back to a single possession once. Do they have another comeback in them? Okay, number to join, 310-840-4910. We talked about it at the start of the show, but I got more thoughts and more detailed thoughts on it. The Lakers get swept last night. That's not a big surprise. They were never going to win that series against Oklahoma City without Luka Doncic, and I don't know if they would have won more than one game with Luka, because they were a better defensive team without him. They did a pretty damn good job against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the first 3 games. SGA finally went off last night. And so whatever the offensive upside was of Luka, and I'm a big Luka fan. I'm a Luka supporter. I think that anybody that when that trade went down for Anthony Davis tried to make the argument that they're going to be better off without Luka Doncic, I think they should be checked into an insane asylum. And I think that they were probably just they're either saying that they were either saying that on TV or on the radio for clicks, or they're just a stupid person and they shouldn't be listened to when they talk basketball. So I'm a big Luka supporter. The Lakers are a better defensive team without him. But the offensive upside he would have given you, again, even if the Lakers were fully healthy, they still weren't. They're not even in the stratosphere of the Thunder. That's just how good Oklahoma City is. So the Lakers get swept. They had a chance to win that game last night, and fitting in what could be LeBron's final game as a Laker, he had a floater from about 10 feet out to give him the lead with 20 seconds left, and he missed it. And that was basically their last chance. Oklahoma City hit their free throws. Lakers missed on the next possession with Austin Reeves, who tried to tie it with a three. Then the Thunder hit their free throws again, and that was basically it. LeBron, very non-committal in the postgame, said he needs to recalibrate, needs to spend time with his family. Didn't say whether or not he was going to retire. Look, I think there is a 0% chance. If there was a negative percent on LeBron retiring, it would be a negative percent, but there's a 0% chance, in my opinion, that LeBron James is retiring. And what I think is not only best for LeBron, but best for the Lakers as well this summer is to part ways. Is to say, thank you for the championship you brought us in 2020. Thank you for the millions of tickets that you've sold for us and the publicity and carrying on the greatness and the Laker tradition of having one of the greatest players of all time wear a Lakers jersey. But the Lakers need to go in a separate direction. They need to move on and have life without LeBron James. And if Nico Harrison didn't gift Luka Doncic into their lap, then, well, maybe that could say, well, you can make the argument they still should keep LeBron and figure it out of the players around him. They have Luka. This is Luka's team. They don't need LeBron. And it's not that necessary that LeBron is holding them back. It's just if Luka Doncic is your best player, having LeBron James on the same team, taking up nearly $50 to $60 million in cap space, it's not going to help you. Not going to help you. It's only going to hurt you. And if the Lakers want to do kind of what the Golden State Warriors are doing, right? I mean, they're bringing back Steve Kerr. It looks like they're going to bring back Draymond. Jimmy Butler coming off the torn ACL is on their team, and I don't know how easy that's going to be to try to trade him. Like, the Warriors are basically just like, it's like Cirque du Soleil. Right? It's like, come out. Not that they're a circus. I mean, they're a mediocre team, the Warriors. But it's just like, come out and have fun. All you billionaires in Silicon Valley, come out and watch the Warriors and watch Steph Curry and Draymond. And you can dream that we're still in 2016, even though we're not. And this team's not that good. But you can see Steph Curry while he still plays for another 2 years. Like, if the Lakers want to do that, they could bring LeBron back. They publicly did. JJ Redick and Rob Pelinka advocated publicly last night after the game for LeBron to return and to basically run back this three-man core of Luka, Austin Reeves, and LeBron James. And they can publicly do that. They can publicly advocate. I can't imagine that's truly what the Lakers want. Again, unless they just want to be what the Warriors are doing, come out and watch LeBron and Luka. Come out, Los Angeles, and watch this legend, LeBron James, play for one more season. Just to say, hey, I get a chance to watch LeBron live. And they'll sell tickets. They will. They will. Because there's millions of kids, there's millions of families in the Los Angeles area that will still pay money no matter how good or bad the Lakers are next year, just to say that they got to watch LeBron James. And I can't imagine that any NBA team that has winning aspirations would want to do that when you are the Lakers and you can still sell out your arena every night just by marketing Luka freaking Doncic. But if you really feel like you need LeBron, then maybe that's the direction they want to go. But if the Lakers are serious about trying to win a championship next year, and it's a tall mountain, and it ain't going to get any easier with how the Thunder are playing and how the Thunder are constructed. But if the Lakers are serious about trying to win, they will tell LeBron, thanks, but it's time to move on. And they'll take what would be a 1 year, $50 million contract, 1 year, $60 million contract. And they can use that to get some other players, to help them win, to be a more overall solid team. Because the Lakers have no depth. They have no bench. And they are still one of the worst 10 defensive teams in the NBA. I mean, look at the Mavericks. Look, and I will be the first person to tell you that is the dumbest trade in NBA history for what Nico Harrison did. But in the same breath, I got to give Nico Harrison some credit for how he built that Mavericks team before he traded away Luka. Look at the players they had when they went to the finals 2 years ago. Look at the players that they had. And as a matter of fact, I'll bring up the Mavericks 2024 roster, and you tell me how many of these guys are household star player names here. It was Luka, and it was Kyrie Irving. And yes, Kyrie Irving is obviously a household name, and getting Kyrie Irving to come to Dallas, that was massive. Outside of that, it's P.J. Washington. It was Derrick Jones Jr., it was Daniel Gafford, who they got in a trade earlier that year from the Wizards. And Daniel Gafford, when he was on the Wizards, was basically a turnstile on defense, and then he turned into a great role player. Derek Lively in his rookie season, Josh Green, Jaden Hardy, Tim Hardaway Jr. That was basically a Mavericks team that knocked out the Thunder and then destroyed Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. That's a team that's built around Luka with great, solid, big, rim-protecting defenders and long, athletic wings that don't need the ball in their hand and can shoot the three. And so you need to kind of take that formula if you're the Lakers, and you need to try to recreate it. If you want to build a team around Luka, which they're doing. And I don't blame them for doing it because you can have success with it. But having LeBron James on that team, it's hurting you. And it's nothing against LeBron. He's not a better basketball player at age 41 than Luka Doncic is right now. And I think that's not rocket science. He's not a more winning basketball player than Luka Doncic is right now. So having LeBron on the floor at the same time as Luka, I mean, the efficiency numbers and all the advanced stats, when those two were on the floor together, the Lakers weren't good. They were in the bottom half of the NBA. When it was Luka and Austin Reeves, Lakers had a damn good lineup. They had damn good numbers. When it was Austin Reeves and LeBron, they were okay. But Luka and LeBron, they are two ball-dominant players that at LeBron's age and what Luka is, they're just not that good defensively. So that's why the Lakers need to tell LeBron, thank you, but it's time to move on because you're only hurting yourself if LeBron is on this roster with Luka next year, no matter how you want to try to stagger the rotations. When it comes to the playoffs, when it really matters, those guys have to be on the floor for 40 minutes, and they can't be on the floor together. You're just not going to have an elite team. You simply won't. So LeBron's not retiring, but the Lakers should tell LeBron no thanks. And here's the thing for LeBron. Where is he playing next year then? It shouldn't be the Lakers. He shouldn't want to play with the Lakers because he doesn't have a chance of winning a title with the Lakers. Not as long as the Thunder are constructed the way they are and not the way that the Spurs are constructed the way that they are. Even at their best, they are the third best team in the West. And I would still put the Denver Nuggets ahead of them, especially when you match those teams up head-to-head. Denver has historically dominated the Lakers over the last couple of years. So they're probably the fourth best team, which is exactly what their seed was this year. LeBron's best chance of winning a title is in the East. And I'm saying that as a diehard Knicks fan. And as much as I think, no matter how the rest of this postseason shakes out for the Knicks, if they get to the finals, if they end up disappointing and losing to the Pistons or the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks are the team to beat in the East next year. I mean, they've proven that. They've proven it. I mean, again, I guess if they play the Pistons in the conference finals and the Pistons sweep them, then we're having a different conversation. But the path to winning a title is much easier in the East, as it was for most of LeBron's time when he was with Cleveland and when he was with Miami. And the best team to give him a chance to do that is to go back home to Akron, to Cleveland, Ohio, for part 3 and do his farewell retirement tour next season with the Cleveland Cavaliers. And LeBron should want to go to Cleveland because, again, Knicks, Pistons, Celtics, that's a much easier path to get to an NBA Finals than Thunder, Spurs, Nuggets, and T-Wolves. And I even mentioned Minnesota. But they kind of basically treat the regular season like it doesn't matter. But, again, we see them in the second round here again, and they've made the Western Conference Finals back-to-back years. So I'll even throw Minnesota in that group. Having to get past the T-Wolves, the Nuggets, Spurs, and the Thunder, way more difficult than having to get past the Knicks, the Celtics, and the Pistons. LeBron should know that. And Cleveland should realize that even at 42 years old next year, seeing what we just saw in the postseason from LeBron, where he had to put so much on his shoulders, he had to be the guy that carries the load. He had to be the guy that has the ball in his hands 80% of the time because Luka was out. LeBron did pretty damn well. For 41 years old, LeBron James in the series against the Houston Rockets, he averaged 39 minutes per game and scored 23 points per game with 7 rebounds and 8 assists while shooting 43% from the field. And in the sweep against the Oklahoma City Thunder, in that 4 games, LeBron, against one of the best defenses we've seen this century, and the numbers back it up, 38 minutes a game, 23 points per game, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and he shot 50% from the field and 36% from deep. That's pretty damn freaking good for 41 years old. So if he can do that at 41, he can still help a team win at 42. And he doesn't have to be the number one option, and he wouldn't be. With Cleveland, it would be Donovan Mitchell. But unlike the Lakers that have Luka, that is so ball dominant, and has Austin Reeves, well, we'll see their plans in the offseason. Austin Reeves is going to decline his player option and be a free agent. That plays into this equation for the Lakers as well. But the Cavaliers have Donovan Mitchell, and then their next best players are Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley. 2 bigs that really don't need to ever touch the ball unless it's right under the rim or on an alley-oop or like at the low block. LeBron would be the second option. And I think him and Donovan Mitchell can play well together. Oh, but wait a minute. James Harden is on the Cavaliers. Oh, how could I forget James Harden? They made the trade for him this at the trade deadline for Darius Garland. Oh, well, I guess you can't have LeBron James if you have James Harden, right? Well, James Harden has a player option at the end of this season. And barring a run to the finals, the Cleveland Cavaliers would be wise to tell James Harden to kick rocks. Don't even bother opting into that player option. Which, again, he legally can. Then the Cavaliers would try to trade him. Or they should try to trade him. We've already seen him put up a couple of duds in this series against the Detroit Pistons. Okay, he had a great first half last night. He hit some shots in the clutch in Game 3. Just wait, because the worst for James Harden is yet to come. Game 6, if this series goes Game 7, you're going to see a tale as old as time. And the Cleveland Cavaliers, if they haven't already realized, they will realize shortly that trading for James Harden was a mistake. And James Harden can do what he always does. He can look for his next partner, his next mate, his next swipe on Tinder in the NBA. He can decline his player option, and he can be free in free agency to sign with whoever he wants. And then that's wide open doors then for LeBron to come home, spend his last year in Cleveland. He could do the retirement tour that we all know he desperately wants to do. right? Where every team he stops, they'll give him like the, little gift and a standing ovation, like Derek Jeter did with the Yankees, right? Jeter, every road trip the Yankees went on, a team had some kind of gift for Jeter. Whether you hate the Yankees or love the Yankees, whether you hate Derek Jeter or love Derek Jeter, like that was what he meant to the rest of the league. That's how much respect the other teams and organizations had for him. The Red Sox were giving him gifts. I mean, come on. Well, no matter how you feel about LeBron, that's what will happen. He'll say, I'm retiring. This is my last season. Every time the Lakers go on the road, he will be showered with gifts and standing ovations. And it's what he wants. And he'll get it. And he can come home. The kid, just a kid from Akron, Ohio. And he actually has a decent chance on paper to win a title. He does. And I'm a Knicks fan. And I would be one of the first to say LeBron with the Cavs makes zero chance. That gives them zero chance. I mean, they have James Harden, who is a postseason losing player, and they're tied up at 2 games apiece in the second round with a chance to go to the conference finals. With LeBron, that team can make a push for the finals next year. That's the perfect last season in his professional career, year 24 plan for LeBron James. It should be with the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's wasting his time going back to LA, and the Lakers are wasting their time if they really truly want him back. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. So what do the Lakers do this offseason? I'll give you a quick summation of what their offseason plan should be, and it starts and ends with Austin Reeves. I'm Pat Boyle. When we come back, we'll also get you a scoreboard update with the Sabres and the Canadiens. Halftime between the T-Wolves and the Spurs. And again, it's another historic night for Paul Skeens on the mound. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
I play a lot of fantasy football, so there is a fantasy football tinge to this question, but it's also an important real-life question as well. Where is Jonathan Brooks at in his recovery from another injury? Because I think a lot of people, whether you play fantasy or not, real life, really excited about him when you guys drafted him a couple years ago. Because you like Rico's not on the team anymore, so I'm guessing you guys have expectations for Jonathan. Where is he at in his rehab right now?
Yeah, I just came in from practice out there, and he looks great. He looks really good. He's moving really well. He's cutting really well. We're really optimistic on where he's headed. Man, he's put so much work in and went through so much, like in terms of injuries, and that can take a toll on a young man, in this league. So he's done a great job. He's been a pro. He's so mature. He's such a great guy. So we're excited for him personally, and excited for us as a team to get him back.
The Oklahoma City Thunder, essentially, have been running up a credit card bill. And the bill gon' be due in the next round against either Minnesota or San Antonio. So, yeah, it has been lollipops and sunshine and roses and cookies and ice cream and whatever pleasurable thing you want to throw out there for OKC. 2 series, 8 wins, 0 losses. It's about to get tougher. And now, for the first time this postseason, we can say this. They have to get J-Dub back. You need J-Dub. You have to have Jalen Williams. The better Jalen Williams. Not J-Will. Again, how insane is this? There's a J-Dub and a J-Will. Not J-Will. They need J-Dub. Obviously had the hamstring injury, has had multiple injuries this season. Have to have him. How close do you guys actually think you are right now?
Listen, like we're making progress every year is what I can say. Like I think our team's getting better and better. Bryce is in the same system now for 3 years in a row, which obviously helps out having that continuity between the head coach, the quarterback, and just the team in general, and like creating your culture and just figuring all the little details out that make a building run the way that it should run. So yeah, we feel like we're headed in the right direction. I always say it every interview, and I truly believe it is why I say it. Like we have to put the work in first and foremost. Like if we don't put the work in and we're not earning it out on the football field, then nothing's really going to matter during the season. So I think as long as we continue to stay hungry, earn everything, and just kind of earn our arrival.
Loud opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Third period, let's get you a scoreboard update here, and then I'll tell you what the Lakers offseason plan should be, assuming they move on from LeBron James and LeBron James moves on from them. I think LeBron should go back home to Cleveland. It makes perfect sense. I guess I wouldn't. We had our Odyssey NBA insider on earlier in the show, Nick Friedel, and he said don't rule out the very slim possibility that LeBron maybe just says, screw it, let me team up with Steph, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond and Steve Kerr and join the Warriors and just basically have the old man show there where basically everybody's like 38 or older. It's like a senior home. That would be fun. They wouldn't be a championship team. They'd probably be a playoff team, but like maybe the 6th seed and they get crushed in the first round. But who knows? There's that slight possibility. But I'll tell you what the Lakers offseason plan should be in just a moment here. But scoreboard update. Final 16 minutes of regulation here is going to be massive. And let me actually get that on my other screen right now because T-Wolves Spurs are at halftime. We've got a Buffalo Sabres power play going right now. Under 16 minutes to go in regulation. Sabres 2, Canadiens 2. Game 4 with the Montreal Canadiens leading 2-1. If they win, they'll be up 3-1. And going back to Buffalo, they'll have 3 chances to punch their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals. If Buffalo wins, all of a sudden it's 2 games apiece going back to Buffalo. I was going to say north, but they're probably the only team that's south of Montreal. Be going back south to the USA and to upstate New York, going back to Buffalo with this series tied at 2. So this is a massive power play here and a massive third period in a game that I got my eye on right now. before Spurs and T-Wolves comes back from half. Speaking of which, Game 5, series tied at 2 games apiece. Wemby back from that ejection that he got knocked out of the game in Game 4 for elbowing Naz Reid in the throat. And Victor Wembanyama has put on quite the freaking show tonight. Speaking of which, there it is. Sabres just scored on the power play. So there you go. Benson puts it in the back of the net for Buffalo on the man advantage. That is a huge goal. Sabres take a 3-2 lead now in Game 4, looking to tie the series up at 2 games apiece. That's just classic get traffic right in front of the net, pass into the slot. Canadiens were playing the box penalty kill. They left the middle of the slot open, and Benson off of his skate corrals it. A nice little flick, backhand flick up above the glove of Jakub Dobiš and into the back of the net. So Buffalo takes a 3-2 lead. We'll keep you posted on that game. But again, back to the NBA playoffs. Halftime in San Antonio. Spurs lead the T-Wolves 59-47. And Wemby, coming off that ejection, is having a monster performance. He had 16 points in the first 7 minutes of this game. He's got 21 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 blocks at the half. De'Aaron Fox, the only other Spur in double digits, he's got 12 points. Meanwhile, for Minnesota, nobody's in double digits. But it's been a very balanced attack. Ayo Dosunmu actually leads the way with 9 points for the T-Wolves. He's got 9 points and 7 rebounds. Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards has 8 points. He's only taken 5 shots. Just 2 for 5 from the field. It's not like he's in foul trouble. He played 21 of the 24 minutes. You got to have Anthony Edwards. I don't care all the double teams that San Antonio is throwing his way. You've got to get him open. I mean, there is no excuse for Anthony Edwards to only take 5 shots in this game so far. So third quarter just started. Anthony Edwards feeds Ayo Dosunmu for a triple. And just like that, it's back to single digits. 59-50, Spurs lead the T-Wolves. Okay, so ride with me here as it pertains to the Lakers' offseason plans. Because I'm going to assume that they play this next season without LeBron James. Right? And my opinion is LeBron should go back home to Cleveland. Cavaliers should welcome him with open arms. Because if you swap LeBron for James Harden, Cavaliers have a decent shot of getting to the NBA Finals next year. And if you think that that's crazy, I mean, again, they're tied 2 games apiece right now with the top seed Pistons. So they're 2 wins away from the Eastern Conference Finals. And LeBron James versus James Harden, it's not a comparison in terms of who's the better postseason player. I don't care, LeBron at 42. I mean, you could take James Harden back in a time machine 3 years. LeBron's still a better playoff performer than James Harden. He's always been. Always. Every stage of his career. So I'm going to assume LeBron is not coming back to the Lakers. The first priority for the Lakers is to re-sign Austin Reeves. He's an all-star player. He's a tremendous scorer. And he would fit in well with Luka Doncic because he doesn't need the ball in his hands at all times. You know, this past season, Austin Reeves averaged 23 points per game, just under 5 rebounds, and 5.5 assists. He shot a second career best, 49% from the field, and he shot 36% from deep. He's a great three-point shooter. He's a great driver to the bucket. He's a decently solid defender, and he's a good facilitator. He can play point guard, but he can just as easily play with the ball not in his hands. And I look at kind of Austin Reeves being kind of like the same role to what Kyrie Irving was for Luka Doncic when the Mavericks went to the finals in 2024. Guy that's good scorer, guy that can absolutely play point guard. It can take some of the, it doesn't have to all be on Luka's shoulders, right? You take some of the responsibility off. They could play on the floor together. And obviously, if Luka's not on the floor, Reeves is the point guard of this team. He's got a $15 million player option. That's a crime that the Lakers have gotten this far with Austin Reeves and not having to pay him $40-50 million. Yeah, he did say, though, last summer that he wasn't going to sign an extension and he was going to hit free agency. So kudos to him. Like, he rolled the dice, he gambled on himself, and it's paid off. Austin Reeves is going to get a fat bag this offseason. And it's probably going to be 4 years for, I don't know, $60 million a year. And if you think that's crazy, De'Aaron Fox signed a extension with the Spurs this past summer for 4 years, $229 million. So nearly $60 million. Austin Reeves is a better player than De'Aaron Fox. And it's, in my opinion, it's not particularly close. So he's going to get $60 million. So that'll be a big chunk. But the Lakers need to commit to him because he's a hell of a player. He's an all-star caliber player. And that should be their priority. Life without LeBron, but that means you get Austin Reeves locked up for the next handful of years. And it's Luka and Austin Reeves. And that's a pretty damn good 1-2 punch, if you ask me. After that, all the players that are up for extensions for the Lakers, I think really the only other one that's really worth keeping, in my opinion, is Rui Hachimura. Now, Rui's going to be an unrestricted free agent. Let me just double check that. Yeah, Rui Hachimura is going to be an unrestricted free agent. SpotTrack has his market value at about $27 million a year, and I think that's fair. And I think that's fair. So if you're talking about a 3-year contract or a 4-year contract worth about 4 years, $100 million, 3 years, $80 million, something in that range, I think that's doable. And then you've got Rui for about $25 to $27 million a year. You got Austin Reeves for about $60 million a year. Okay, that is most of your offseason done right there. But that's fine. That's fine by me. I mean, again, if you're not going to re-sign Rui Hachimura, where else are you going to get a starting caliber player in the NBA that can shoot the three as well as he does, especially in the playoffs, where he's literally like the active all-time leader in three-point percentage. He's shooting over 54% for his career from deep in the playoffs. Rui Hachimura. If you don't believe me, look it up. It's actually insane. This guy is like quite literally, by statistical measure, best three-point shooter in NBA history right now. You might not have the sample size of some of the other greatest shooters of all time, of a Steph Curry or a Klay Thompson or whoever else you want to throw in there, but I mean the numbers do not lie. In the playoffs, Rui Hachimura makes an incredible amount of three-pointers. He's a solid defender, solid size. That's somebody the Lakers should be prioritizing to keep. After that, again, guys that have been on this team, I would here's the only other player that I would probably definitely want to keep is Luke Kennard. Because you can never have enough three-point shooters, and Luke Kennard is going to be 30. You could probably get him for $12 million a year on average. And I mean, we saw him light it up against Houston when Austin Reeves was hurt. He's a shooter. Like that you just have to have him. In today's NBA, where you need three-point shooting, Luke Kennard gives you that. I'd be looking to keep him. After that, everybody else to me can go. Can go take a short walk off a long pier for the Lakers. I mean, Marcus Smart, nice option. Doesn't need to be on this team if you've got Luka and you got Austin Reeves. Now, Marcus Smart might be cheap. And if he's willing to opt into his player option, which is $5.5 million, okay, I'd be having a conversation if I'm Rob Pelinka to keep him. But if he declines and Marcus Smart is looking for like a length, a much more lucrative contract extension than that, I'll pass. Solid player, decent player, going to be 33. You can find a point guard that can be a good defensive body and has a high IQ. You can find plenty of those in the NBA, I promise. DeAndre Ayton has a player option for $8 million. I mean, JJ Redick can't stand him. Like literally, you can read JJ Redick's lips on the sideline during like every game in the playoffs, and he goes, "I can't play him." I mean, he had a press conference earlier this year, JJ Redick, where he basically said, "Yeah, DeAndre Ayton's having trouble catching the ball." So, they hate him, and DeAndre Ayton's a losing player. Now they got him, for basically a little 2-year deal this past offseason, with the 1 year being the player option, and that was a failure. I knew it. I told you last year that was a failure. DeAndre Ayton's a losing player. He's a bust. He's got no business being on this team if they're serious about winning. No business. They have Jared Vanderbilt coming back. He's under contract. Decent player. I mean, again, he's like the 9th man off your bench, or what he should be. And then Jake LaRavia, lost cause in my opinion, unless he all of a sudden becomes a tremendous three-point shooter. He's kind of a lost cause. He has some moments every now and then in the regular season, but Jake LaRavia is largely a waste of space. So for me, Lakers off season, it's got to be Austin Reeves. And I would bring back Rui Hachimura and Luke Kennard. And then you're looking elsewhere, and you're looking for good defensive players. There's a decent amount of them available in free agency. But it's saying goodbye to LeBron, thanks for the memories and thanks for the title, and it's pairing Austin Reeves at Luka Doncic for the foreseeable future. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. When we come back, we'll get you another scoreboard update here, and I'll tell you about a pretty wild interaction that I had today. And tell you what, moving to Philly so far hasn't been bad, but I had some serious regrets after a person that lives right by me. And I, unfortunately, have seen this person a couple of times already. We'll get to that next. A little story time. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
Now, a lot can happen in 9 months. Insert joke here. Think about it. Think about the miracle of life. And people can make their jokes, whatever. As a father, watched my wife be pregnant, watched her belly grow, sonograms, watch her give birth. This is all, I don't think, I'll speak for just for men. The male mind can really comprehend what goes on. We are dumb by comparison. I just want to sit and scratch my ass and play video games and watch sports and talk about it with all of you. Meanwhile, my wife is growing a human. Women grow humans. It's pretty unbelievable, right? So here is my question for everybody. What is more impressive in a 9-month span? Growing a human or recovering fully from a torn ACL? December 14th, 2025, Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL in a Chiefs loss to the Los Angeles Chargers. Monday Night Football, Week 1 this year, Chiefs-Broncos, September 14th, 2026. 9 months to the day. What's more impressive? Growing a human? Recovering from a torn ACL? I'm only being slightly facetious there. So here's my question for everybody, right? As it concerns Patrick Mahomes, who all reports have been, he's on track to participate in whatever form that is in all offseason workouts. Do you really think, seriously, that, and we can have the same conversation about Bo Nix, and the Bo Nix ankle thing is, I would not say it's worrisome as far as the regular season is concerned, but the can keeps getting kicked down the road. And the goalposts keep getting moved with Bo Nix and when he's going to return to workouts and offseason activities for the Broncos. And that's to a much lesser extent than Mahomes with the ACL, right? Here is my question for everybody. Do you think that A, the National Football League, and B, ESPN, would put Chiefs-Broncos in primetime, first Monday night game of the year, if the expectation was that Justin Fields was going to start the game? Or Jarrett Stidham. Like, I've had enough of the Jarrett Stidham experience after one game. I'm good. You can be into it. I'm not. You don't think the NFL, and I'm not saying they have the crystal ball and they know for sure there can be setbacks, but come on. Like, you don't think the NFL feels reasonably confident that Patrick Mahomes is going to play? That Bo Nix is going to play? And that this is going to be Mahomes and the Chiefs versus Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos? Come on. So if that's true, man, we got a freaking banger on our hands, man. The Broncos, with their proof of concept, they won the division last year. They played on Championship Sunday. They return basically the same team with Jalen Waddle added to the mix at the receiver position. Not bad. And the Kansas City Chiefs, presumably with a healthy Patrick Mahomes, with Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, now toting the rock in the backfield, and defensive reinforcements that I believe will transform this Steve Spagnuolo defense in an extremely positive way. With Mansour Delane at corner, with Peter Woods at defensive tackle, and with R. Mason Thomas coming off the edge. And when you think about this game, and we're months out, right? A lot can change. Chiefs Broncos. If I tell you the game's in Denver, and let's throw point spreads out, who's going to win the game? Who do you like to win the game? The Chiefs or the Broncos? Assuming Mahomes plays, who's going to win? My sense is a lot of people, more than 50%, will say Kansas City because the Chiefs have Mahomes.
Sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, quick scoreboard update here on the ice. Last time I gave you the update, the Sabres had just scored a go-ahead goal. That is where we stand. Buffalo Sabres lead the Montreal Canadiens 3-2 with 7 minutes to go in regulation. If Buffalo wins, the series is all tied up at 2 games apiece going back to Buffalo. So we'll see if they can hold that lead or if the Habs at home can tie it up and maybe send it to OT. And then the Ducks and the Golden Knights, they're underway in Vegas. Game 5 in that series. Pivotal swing game there. Series tied at 2 games apiece. All right, NBA playoffs. This roller coaster game of runs continues. Every time the Spurs get up by double digits, the T-Wolves punch right back. San Antonio has had like 4 different double-digit leads that Minnesota has cut down to like a single possession each time. San Antonio led by 18, as much by 18 in this game, and they led by, I think it was 13 or 14 points early in the third quarter. T-Wolves battled all the way back, tied it up at 61, and then literally in the span of 3 minutes, the Spurs now lead again by nearly double digits. It's 72-63 San Antonio, 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Still so much to play in this game, but it just feels like we're a matter of time before San Antonio fully pulls away and puts their foot on the T-Wolves' throat, but they haven't done it yet. And you look at this box score, and I'm watching the game, but you look at the box score, and you're asking yourself, how is Minnesota even in this game? Anthony Edwards has 12 points. He's 3 for 7 from the field. Julius Randle has 6 points. He's 2 for 9 from the field. And Rudy Gobert has 2 points and 4 rebounds and no blocks. Crazy. Jaden McDaniels has a dozen. Ayo Dosunmu leads the way with 16. Meanwhile, for San Antonio, Wemby still stuck on 21 points and 11 rebounds. That's where he was at half. And he doesn't have a foul in the game. That's crazy to me. Keldon Johnson's been doing the work the last couple of minutes. He's got 10 points. De'Aaron Fox has 12 points. And Stephon Castle having a big third quarter. He's got 13 points. Minnesota just scored. It's 72-65, under 5 minutes to go. Minnesota went on a 14-2 run to start the third quarter. The Spurs have battled and answered back with an 11-4 run. So we'll keep you posted on that. All right, really quickly. Story time, and maybe I'll continue this story into the next hour, because it is pretty crazy, and it's worth more than just a few minutes. But Again, moved to Philly, live with my girlfriend now. Most of it's been great. I love it. New York City sports fan, living in Philadelphia. I'm still doing Yankees post games, in case you didn't know. Got the series against the A's coming up at the end of this month, where I'll be doing the post game. But something today really made me rethink about living here. Now, there's a pretty big park in front of my apartment, overlooks the Ben Franklin Bridge in Philadelphia. So there's like plenty of dog owners and normal looking people out there every single morning. And so I do the show here 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. So I take our dog out, Sonny Boy. Sonny, I take him out every morning for an hour. Well, I've seen this guy a couple of times he must live right by me, because he's at the park. I've seen him a handful of times. And I'm not judging a book by its cover, but he's got the gauge earrings. He's got a ton of tattoos. He's got like a nose ring and slick back hair. The dude's in like his 50s, though. It's got to be. He's an older looking guy. And he's got this little French bulldog. And I'm like, all right. And he's saying some zany things to me. Well, today I see him in the park with a gigantic, foot-long python draped around his shoulders. I said, what are you doing, man? He goes, I breed snakes. I said, okay. That's the person to look out for. Person to look out for in my neighborhood. I'll have more on that story. Plus, we'll do some hot or cold to kick off the final hour when we come back. Right here on BetMGM tonight.
What went into the decision that you guys made to pick up Bryce's fifth-year option with you did at the end of April as he gets sent to enter year 4?
Yeah, I think if you look at Bryce, he's getting better and better every year. And then on top of that, he's clutch. He has that clutch gene. And I think when his back's against the wall in the biggest moments, I think is when he shines. And, it's hard to find quarterbacks that, do the things he does in those type of situations. So he's getting better as a leader. He's really gaining control of this offense, and he's headed in a really good direction right now that we're excited about.
I want to talk about the offense for a second here, and I want to ask you about your new play caller coming up in a moment, but I kind of, and we'll see what happens on the field, right? I kind of really love what you guys are doing at the receiver position where, obviously, and I say this as a short guy, like Bryce is not the tallest quarterback to ever play the game. You have like a fleet of basketball players at receiver, right? These tall receivers to catch passes from the short quarterback. And Chris Brazel, who you took in the third rounds of the draft, like absolutely fits that bill as well. I'm guessing that's purposeful, right? With Tetaroa and Jalen Coker and now Brazel. I kind of really like that. I'd love for you to expand upon your passing game and what you think that could be this year with Bryce Young, Dave Canales, and Brad Edzik calling the plays.
Yeah, I think if you look at our receiving core, we have tall guys, obviously, but, I think it's kind of like putting together like a basketball team, right? So, you have Jimmy Horn, you have Mechie, like we have different body types in there other than just our big wideouts. So, I think, add in playmakers, I think is the biggest thing. And, T-Mac last year, Jalen Coker in undrafted free agency, Xavier Legette, who we still believe in and think that he can make a jump this year, adding Chris Brazel, who's a deep threat. So we have guys that can do a lot of different things. And again, it's like a basketball team out there. And I know Dave and Brad, they're going to put these guys in the best position to succeed. And I'm excited about seeing where it goes.
Look at this best of 3 coming up, because that's what it is now with the Cavs and the Pistons. As less Cleveland versus Detroit and more Donovan Mitchell versus Cade Cunningham. Donovan Mitchell, for all of the wonderful accolades and achievements throughout his career, has never been to a conference final. Hasn't happened. Cade Cunningham is obviously at the beginning of this now. Playoff appearance last year. Now, obviously, carried the Pistons to that series win against Orlando down 3-1. In MVP consideration this year. There is so much on the line in these next few games for Cleveland and Detroit. And yes, obviously, a lot's on the line for the two teams, but a lot's also on the line for these two star players. Who's going to show up? Who's going to show out? It is my belief that whichever star plays better between Cade and Donovan Mitchell, that team moves on to take on my Knicks in the Eastern Conference Final. I have to be real with everybody. You know I like the Cavs before the series. I'll take Cade over Donovan Mitchell.
Day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 of our Tuesday night show kicks off right now. 5th and final hour. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines here in the final hour. Anything you want to weigh in on? LeBron's future, what the Lakers need to do this offseason? Anything in the Stanley Cup playoffs? Last night, the Colorado Avalanche put themselves in pole position to advance to the Western Conference Finals. Do you still think the Stanley Cup final is going to be Avalanche versus the Hurricanes? Got a couple of exciting games going on right now. We'll get you caught up on here in just a couple of minutes. Anything on the NBA playoffs? Are the Thunder going back? Do you think they're a machine? Or do you think the Spurs can stop them? What do you think of the New York Knicks? Anything you want to weigh in on? Open phone lines 310-840-4910. Another incredible gem from Paul Skeens that we're going to get to here in just a bit. We're going to get to hot or cold, and I'll finish my story in just a moment. Let's just get you a quick scoreboard update here. Inside the final minute and a half of the third quarter, Spurs lead the T-Wolves 85-73. Anthony Edwards, Victor Wembanyama, I just saw him run to the locker room. And I have no idea what that is about. He ran to the locker room. I didn't see Wemby get hurt at all. He's got 24 points and 14 rebounds, but I got the game on my screen, and they just showed Wemby running to the locker room. Maybe he had to go numero dos. No, I'm dead serious. I have no idea what happened. It didn't look like he got hurt at all. So, again, we'll keep you posted on that. Like I said, Anthony Edwards just went to the bench. He's got 18 points. Somebody else has got to step up for Minnesota. Julius Randle struggling again. He's got just 8 points. And the Spurs just got another second chance opportunity. And they lead it by 14, 87-73, less than a minute to go in the third quarter. On the ice, just over a minute left to go in regulation. Montreal going to pull Jakub Dobiš out of the net and go empty net here. They need a goal in the final minute. The Buffalo Sabres lead at 3-2. If Buffalo can hold on to win, that series will be tied at 2 games apiece. And then the Ducks and the Golden Knights in a series that is tied at 2 games apiece. They're scoreless in the first 7 minutes of that game in Vegas. All right, before we get to hot or cold, let me just finish off that story that I started here last segment. So, again, there's a park I go to every day, every morning, take the dog out for about an hour, play a ton of fetch with him so he can basically run himself ragged so he gets his exercise. And there's a guy that is in his probably mid-50s. He's got like slick back hair, has the Gauge earrings, nose ring, rings on his fingers. He's got a lot of tattoos. Again, I don't judge book by its cover. He's got a little French bulldog. Nice guy. He does say some weird things. Not like weird. Just like things that when you hear somebody say them, you're like, jeez. You just got to laugh. Like he said something, again, I have a male dog. He's got a male dog. One tried to hump the other. He's the kind of guy that like had to make a comment about that. Like, oh, look, dude, look at our dogs. I'm like, yeah, they're dogs, man. What do they do that. All intents and purposes, though, he's tolerable. Today, I went to the park, and he's just standing there with sunglasses on, kind of looking up towards the sun. And he's got a giant yellow python draped around his shoulders. And against my better judgment, I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just ignored him. I should have just saw him and said, yep, that makes sense, and kept walking. But he kind of saw me. And so he kind of acknowledged me, and I was like, hey, what's up, man? I was like, wow, I didn't realize you had a gigantic snake. He goes, yeah. He goes, yeah, I breed them. I breed snakes. And I said, okay. And in my head, I'm thinking, well, this is already way more than I wanted to know. This is way more than I wanted this conversation to go on. And he goes, yeah, you got to sunbathe them. I said, okay. Giant python around your shoulders. And that's safe. You're never worried. He goes, nah, man. He goes, nah, I've only been bitten a couple of times. I've only been bitten a couple of times. And I can't tell if he's trolling, like if he's just like a tremendous actor, or if he's dead serious. I think he's dead serious, which is the sad part. Just sunbathing his python, which apparently I at that point, I didn't want to know anymore. I stopped the conversation. I was like, all right, man, have a good one. I just kept walking. I don't know how many snakes he has. I don't know if he swaps them out. I don't know if he's just got like a tub back in his apartment, wherever he lives. He lives by me because I've seen him multiple times. I don't know if he just has a tub of snakes that he breeds. He must. He said he breeds snakes. I didn't know that was a thing. Snake breeding. Apparently it is. But I knew, again, I can't say I'm surprised. But to see Buddy with a giant python just draped around his shoulder at like 8:30 in the morning, sunbathing his snake. That's what's going on in parts of Philadelphia. That kind of stuff. I'm thinking to myself, I got how many more months on this lease? So that was an eventful start to the morning. Okay, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Before we get to hot or cold, this from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM players will be eligible to receive their stake back in cash as a second chance refund on any pre-tournament straight golf tournament winner wagers on Mondays through Wednesdays, where the player they wager on does not win the tournament but does finish in second place. This promotion will be available pre-tournament for all applicable golf events on Mondays through Wednesdays. And that's big because you got the PGA Championship coming up this week. We got one of the questions baked into hot or cold that revolves around the PGA Championship. But let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix for a little hot or cold. Combs, you are telling me in the show chat that the Sabres held on to win. That's the case, right? Buffalo has tied that series up at 2 games apiece.
That is correct. That Sabres won that game. They held on, and so it's going to be 2-2. I think it's a series going 7. I really do.
It feels like it. I mean, again, I'm glad that we finally got a close game in that series, because as much as it felt like it was going 7, you basically had 3 straight blowouts, right? The Sabres won game 1 4-2, but it was 4-1 at one point, and then they led by 2 goals the entire third period. Game 2, the Canadians crushed them 5-1. Game 3, the Canadians crushed them 6-2. This is the first game that was decided by 1 goal, and this is really the first game that was close. So I'm hoping we get more great games like this. It seemed like it was back and forth. There seemed to be a lot of tense moments. I did a little multi-screen for a little bit, but I've mostly had my eye on this T-Wolves Spurs game. But yeah, I mean, these are 2 teams that are evenly matched, 2 teams that don't have a ton of playoff experience. And, tonight, at least for Buffalo, you had Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen step up in a big way. And, he got the start for Buffalo today because they were going with their other tender. And he was just getting absolutely exposed. Alex Lyon was getting exposed. So they made the switch tonight to UPL, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, and it paid off in a big way. So now if we get him and Dobish, the 2 goaltenders for these teams going back and forth, it feels like this series, really, truly might go 7, and I'm here for it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm here for that. I'm definitely not here for your snake guy, though. That's not happening.
I mean, dude, can you imagine my reaction?
That's exactly what I would be doing if you ever had a guy with snakes and living. Like, I would have burnt down the park. Like, you don't understand. Like, I would have.
Well, you would be going to federal prison for arson.
Yeah, but that's okay.
That'd be okay with you?
Yeah. If in that situation, I would take that for sure. I mean, what are you doing in the park with a 20-foot python around your neck? Come on.
It wasn't a 20
Stop
foot.
it.
It was like a 1 foot. Maybe it was bigger than a foot. I guess it was probably 2 feet. I mean, it went from like wrist to wrist.
Oh, I thought you said 20 foot. But either way, I don't care.
20 feet's absurd. That's like an anaconda that you find in like
there's
the
no
rainforest.
Way. But like yeah, I don't care if it's a 1 foot, a 1 inch. Like, no, it doesn't. No, keep it out of the damn park. Are there kids playing in this park?
Yeah.
Like, no.
I mean, like, mostly everybody was ignoring, like, standing far away. Like, he was standing by himself because, again, there's a guy with a python around his arms.
Yeah. No. Yep. Mm-mm.
Just
Not for me, man.
8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds like.
All right, let's do a little hot or cold.
You need to move back to New York.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Where people are normal.
You want to do a little hot or cold?
Let's do it. You want to start? You want me to start?
Yeah, I'll start. I'll start because this is something that I talked about last hour. We talked about it earlier on the show. I want to get your take on it here, Combs. Hot or cold? LeBron James will be back with the Lakers next year.
Cold. I don't think LeBron's back with the Lakers. If LeBron comes back, I kind of agree with you. I think he goes back to Cleveland. But I don't believe that he'll be back with the Lakers. I believe Luka wants this to be his team. I think LeBron's gone. I think JJ Redick's going to be gone. And I think they're going to move on and they're going to build around Luka and this is going to be his team moving forward. I really do. For one, I mean, thanks LeBron. It's been a great career. It's been fun to watch. Your flopping will not be missed. It's time for him to ride off into the sunset. And I don't know why he would want to come back for another year, even if it is with Cleveland, because I don't even think with LeBron, this Cleveland team is a championship caliber team. So, yeah, I'm cold on him coming back with the Lakers, though, for sure.
Wow. Yeah, I agree. And I think wait, you don't think it's going to be Cleveland? If you had to guess, where do you think LeBron ends up?
No, if I think it will be Cleveland if he comes back for another year. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be with the Lakers. But Cleveland makes the most. It's the only thing that makes sense for him to come back, is to go home and ride off.
Yeah,
into the
I mean, it
sunset
feels
in
like
Cleveland.
Golden State. Nick Friedel said it, our Odyssey NBA insider. Like, can you imagine LeBron joins Golden State? Him, Steph, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond. Like, the combined age of the four of those guys is like 115 years old. No, sorry, it's more than that. It's more than that because they're all like 38 or older. Their combined age is like 155 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would it make sense? I guess kind of. I mean, if Kerr's coming back, it makes sense for them to go all in and to try to make one more run of it and build another super team. But I just don't know if that's the type of super team you're trying to build.
And I just don't know how they make that money.
Team.
I don't know how they make that money work either. Like, Steph is making, let's see, Steph Curry next year is making $62 million. Jimmy Butler's making $56 million. Draymond has a player option for $27 million. Even if he opts out of that and he takes a sweetheart deal where he's getting paid, I don't know, like, let's be generous and say Draymond makes $20 million next year. Between those three guys, that's $138 million. Like, the salary cap is 165. Then you're allowed to go to the first apron, and then the second apron is $222 million, and you go over that, you're paying serious taxes. So they could go up to $220 million. But if LeBron comes there to the Warriors, and even he takes a pay cut for a 1-year deal, what's the biggest pay cut LeBron's going to take? $50 million? Like, he's going to get it. That's the minimum. $50 million. I don't care. Like, he's not Tom Brady. He's not going to play for free. He's not going to play for a gigantic pay cut. He's going to take like $50 million. So then if you'd have LeBron,
at some point,
Jimmy
doesn't
Butler,
he have to realize that he's 40 whatever years old though?
Yeah, but he's still an all-star caliber. Combs, he still plays at an all-star level. He does. I mean, these playoffs proved it. No Luka, and they got past Houston. Whether you want, you could say about Kevin Durant or not, they got past Houston, and he was the best player on the floor. And then he had a respectable line every single game against Oklahoma City. So you let's say it's $50 million. Those three guys, Steph, Jimmy, and LeBron, that would be $168 million. You're at the salary cap right there. If Draymond takes a pay cut and it's $20 million, then you're up to basically $190 million between four guys, and you have $30 million to work with before you get to the second apron. And Moses Moody's making $12 million. Moses Moody's making $12 million. There's $200 million. He's coming off a gruesome injury. Pajemski, who's extension eligible, is only making $5 million. They could force him to play on that final year. And then you have like Guy Santos and Will Richard. Like, you're basically that you're at the second apron, essentially with the same team they have if LeBron joins.
Yeah, but Draymond's gone, right? Like, I don't think Draymond's back in. I honestly think that Golden State is done with Draymond. Like, it seemed like Steph was done with Draymond's antics. It seemed like Kerr was done with Draymond's antics. And to be honest with you, I think Draymond just might be done playing as well. I don't know that he comes back. He's already starting to do some TV stuff with the NBA on or ESPN or wherever they're at.
Inside the NBA, yeah, ESPN. I mean, he's been doing that for a couple of years though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, he's already starting to do that. I don't know. I just don't. Is Draymond really worth the headache anymore?
Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion, but
yeah, that's where I'm at. With him
I don't know. If I'm the Warriors, I would be moving on. But he does have a player option. So if he opts into that and they don't want him, like, it's his power. He does have the option to play that last year of his contract, and then they could try to trade him in the offseason. I don't think it would never get to that point though.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know. I think it's 50-50. I think I'd say 60-40. Yes, that Draymond's coming back. I think it's very slim that LeBron goes to the Golden State Warriors, but it does feel like you would agree with me. It's either the Lakers or it's the Cavs, or I guess retirement if nobody says that they want him.
Yeah. I don't think anybody would. I mean, anybody would want him, right? Because he's going to sell tickets. So if he wants to come back,
he can help out a lot of teams, man. He could help out a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's one of those things where it's the same thing with Aaron Rodgers for me. Like, at some point you gotta. I mean, I guess he's still playing at like you said, an all-star caliber. So
He
it's
is.
different than Rodgers, where Rodgers isn't playing at that level anymore. But it's just at some point, like how many years are you gonna play in this league, man? Like,
I mean, who would you rather have at this point right now? Who would you rather have right now? LeBron James or Kevin Durant?
LeBron James.
Who would you rather have, LeBron James or James Harden?
LeBron James. Yeah.
Yeah. And the Cleveland Cavaliers made a big trade at the trade deadline to get James Harden because they thought he could get them closer to a championship. The Houston Rockets went out and got Kevin Durant this past offseason because they thought he could get him to a NBA championship, an NBA Finals. 42-year-old LeBron James can help out teams that are in that same situation this offseason.
I don't know so you think LeBron makes Cleveland a championship caliber team?
I think he makes them a contender in the East. I mean, again, look at the current situation they're in. They're tied 2 games apiece with the Detroit Pistons. And if you swap James Harden for LeBron, are they not in a better position?
Are you swapping Harden for LeBron though?
That's what I would do. James Harden's got a player option at the end of this season, and he's getting paid like $40 million.
You can't add him in addition to?
Oh, I wouldn't. No, I mean, they're going to be probably up against the second apron if they try to have James Harden and LeBron. And that I just don't think that would ever work.
You don't think Harden and LeBron would work?
No, not a chance.
LeBron's not the guy who commands the ball anymore, though, right? He's more of a facilitator now. So it's not like he's a guy who just, and I guess he never really was a guy who just commanded the ball. Like, he was always a guy who was willing to pass, especially with the game.
Who, LeBron?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the game on the line. Yeah, but he would prefer to have the ball in his hands.
You think so? I've never thought that with LeBron. I've never thought that with LeBron. Like, I definitely thought that with Jordan and with Kobe. But LeBron, I think LeBron would be fine with, having a 14, 15 point game with 10 assists.
Yeah, no, again, I mean, the ball in his hands, not necessarily like as the guy that's going to shoot it, but the ball in his hands as to be the point guard, as the guy that either then can shoot it or can pass it. Like, LeBron is not a guy that's just going to sit in the corner or play off the ball or look for an alley. I mean, I guess he's not bad as a lob threat, but like, he wants to be the guy that either decides to shoot or to pass. So when I say ball in his hands, like, he's the one initiating the offense. He's not a guy that is just waiting for the ball to be passed to him, because he's never been that great of a 3-point shooter.
So does he work with Donovan Mitchell then?
Yeah,
Donovan
I think
Mitchell
so.
is the guy with the ball in his hands, is he not, on that Cleveland
Yeah,
team?
but Donovan Mitchell can also
LeBron goes there.
Donovan Mitchell can play off the ball, as a shooting guard. Again, when Darius Garland was on that team, there was plenty of possessions where Darius Garland was initiating and Donovan Mitchell was playing off the ball, and either in pick and roll or as the catch and shoot for the 3.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I think you add LeBron to that team, I think they're the same team. I don't think that they're that much better with LeBron. That's just me.
I think he's a better point guard than James Harden. He's a better scorer at this point than James Harden. And he's a way better defender and a better rebounder. So I think I
agree with
better.
all that.
I think they're better in just about every regard. Now, again, are they better in the sense that, like, they're going to the NBA Finals? I don't think so, but I think they're in a marginally better position. They're in a much better position. And the position that they're in right now is 2 games apiece with the Pistons, and basically needing 2 more wins to get to the conference finals and knock out the 1 seed, which you've seen that series. We think it's probably 50-50.
I just don't see LeBron as that guy who makes teams better anymore. Like, he used to be that guy for sure. But he was not that guy, especially with this Lakers team. He was not that guy that made the Lakers better. Like, they were still the same team with or without LeBron this year. That's why they were where they were with against OKC, and that's why they looked that way. Sure, his stat lines were great, but he doesn't elevate his teams the way he used to. And that's where I say that they're not that much better with LeBron because he's just not that guy that's going to elevate everybody else around him anymore.
I mean, I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree. I mean, again, he didn't do as much of the scoring. He's not going to. He only averaged 21 points per game in this regular season. Reeves and Doncic were the top 2 scoring options. But, I mean, LeBron is still pulling down more than 6 boards a game. He's still dishing out more than 7 assists per game. And just look at the Lakers, what they've done the last 2 years. They won back-to-back games. They had back-to-back seasons with 50 wins or more for the first time, I think, this century. Or for the first time since, not this century, since Kobe and the back-to-back titles in 2009, 2010. I think that was the last time the Lakers had back-to-back seasons with 50 wins.
So for the first time since they acquired Luka.
Yeah, but remember last year, Luka only got there in February.
Yeah.
So I think he still elevates teams a decent amount. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll do some more hot or cold. We'll get you a scoreboard update here. Spurs and T-Wolves coming down to the wire. But San Antonio in a great shape. And the Ducks and the Golden Knights, we've already got a goal in that game. We'll get you caught up when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Are we really going to do this thing where it's like, he sucks? He's not good anymore. He's not worthy of making a lot of money next year? Are we going to do that? Like, look, like, you can hate him. You can be like Dylan Brooks, one of the great trolls of our time, showing up with, I got to tell you something, man. He's with Paul Wall and Nelly. Rob the jewelry store and tell him, make me a grill. With that grill Dylan Brooks had on last night. You can hate LeBron James. That's fine. I'm not telling you have to like him or dislike him. You can feel however you want to feel. But what I won't accept on this show is if you're going to come on and deny what's happening on the court, on the field, on the pitch, whatever. He's still great. He's still not good. He's still great. Any team in the NBA, any of them, starting with the Lakers, we could put the Cavs in the mix. Obviously, that's an easy one. Easy dots to connect. We'll see how the next couple games go. We'll see how this goes against the Pistons, right? Or you could talk about if things go poorly for the Knicks moving forward, and I pray that doesn't happen as a Knicks fan. The Thunder, seriously. You can hate him. That's fine. I don't care what you like or don't like. That's your, I like and dislike things. That's fine. Are we really going to say that any team in the NBA wouldn't be better with LeBron James? Every team in the league should be lining up to sign LeBron because he's still awesome. He's not good. He's great. He's great. He's great. And he is clearly willing to accept a reduced role. How do I know that? He did it. It happened. He did it this season. And we're still going to do. He's not Jordan. Not my Laker GOAT. He's no Kobe. He's no Magic. Well, he took his talents to South Beach. Like, get over it. Get over it at least in how you talk about the guy as a player. You don't like him personally. I don't care. You don't like his politics. He can be passive-aggressive. I understand. I mean it. I can understand it, right? But I don't want to do this where, like, he sucks and he's not good anymore. And you play for the minimum. You take the minimum. You do it. I dare you. I dare anybody. Doesn't matter how much money you make. No one wants to make less money. You might think, well, look, I'm doing all this, and yet he's out there, and he's got this mansion. He's a billionaire. I'm just telling you, this is human nature. You don't have to like it, but it is what it is, and you need to accept it. I don't know how anyone could say they don't like the signing of Jalen Phillips, the signing of Devin Lloyd, like pass rusher. Lloyd coming off a tremendous year last year in Jacksonville at the linebacker position. What those two guys can bring to your defense here, Jalen Phillips and Devin Lloyd.
Yeah, I mean, those two guys, they're blue players is what we would call them. Two guys that can really impact the game on a down in and down out basis. Obviously, we've seen what Jalen Phillips can do on the edge. He gets after the quarterback. He plays with a super high motor, which we value around here. Same thing with Devin Lloyd. He's just always running to the ball, always around the ball. He can run and he can close. So adding those two guys and, the rookie class that we just bought in and, the guys from last year, Nick Scordon, Princely, those two guys I think are going to just continue to take a leap. And yeah, I mean, we're excited about our defense and where that's headed. And I think sky's the limit for that side of the ball.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Sports God tweets in, I want to hear the end of this story, but amen. Guy walks out with a 10-foot pipe. Nobody's getting the size right, by the way. I mistakenly said it was a 1 foot. It was probably 2 feet because he had like his arms bent and it went from like wrist to wrist. So it wasn't like full length of his wingspan. It was probably maybe 3 feet at most. Combs said 20 feet. Sports God saying 10 feet. He said, but amen. Guy walks out with a 10-foot python randomly. Oh, I'm a snake charmer / breeder. Yep, keep 2 eyes on him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time. I'm not letting that guy out of my sights. And simultaneously, I also never want to see him again. But I already had seen him in the month that I've been living here. I don't know, 4 or 5 times. So chances are I'm going to see him again soon. Hopefully it's just not with a snake draped around his shoulders. So, all right. Let's get a scoreboard update here. On the ice, mentioned the Sabres held on to win 3-2. They've tied that series up at 2 games apiece with the Canadiens. Producer Brandon Combs and myself both think that series is going 7. So you'll have Game 5 back in Buffalo on Thursday night. And that means we're guaranteed to have a Game 6, which would be back in Montreal on Saturday. And remember, the Hurricanes finished off the sweep of the Flyers back on Saturday. So they're going to have at minimum 7 days off before they play again. And let's say that series ends in 6, you'd probably have Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals on Monday, May 18th. So it's probably going to be, what is that, Saturday? Probably 9 days minimum before the Hurricanes play again. And if the Sabres and Canadiens go to a 7th game, which would be Monday the 18th, then you probably start the Eastern Conference Finals on Wednesday, May 20th, which would mean the Hurricanes would have 11 days off between games. Rest versus rust. Is it a thing? Either way, Sabres win. And that series is 2 games apiece. End of the first period in Vegas. Ducks and the Golden Knights are tied at 1-1. Anaheim scored first with Beckett Senek. And then Pavel Dorofeyev scored his 6th goal of the playoffs on the power play to even it up for Vegas. So 1 goal apiece. That series tied at 2 games apiece. And then the other series is the Avalanche and the Wild with Game 5 tomorrow night in Denver. Colorado can end that series tomorrow and move on to the Western Conference Finals. And then on the hardwood, it's been largely a dominant performance for the San Antonio Spurs. And they are finishing up the next 3.5 minutes, what has been a beatdown of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I got to give them credit. I got to give credit to the Spurs. I did not think they would be this dominant, but they raced out to a 15-point lead early on in the first quarter. That Minnesota cut it down to 2. Then the lead ballooned back up to 18. Minnesota again cut it down and tied the game at 61 in the third quarter. And then the Spurs went on another big run, and they have basically led by double digits since that point. And right now, they lead it by 20 with 3:39 left to go. It's 113-93. Another performance to remember for Victor Wembanyama after he got ejected last game. The French alien had 16 points in the first quarter, and right now he's got 26 points, 27 points, 17 rebounds, and 3 blocks. The Spurs have 6 players in total in double figures. De'Aaron Fox has 18. Stephon Castle has 17. Keldon Johnson, the sixth man of the year, he's got 16. Dylan Harper and Devin Vassell both have 12. For Minnesota, Ant-Man's got 20, but it's been a night where he just has not been able to do much. They've double-teamed him every possession. He's only taken 13 shots. He's 6 for 13. He's had a pretty efficient night. Just hasn't been able to get too many shots off. They have been on him like white on rice. Julius Randle, 17 points and 10 rebounds, but man, he has struggled. 6 for 17 from the field. Jaden McDaniels has 17 points, but he's been in foul trouble all night. Ayo Dosunmu with 16 points. Here's the story of this game. The Spurs have outscored the T-Wolves in the paint 66-36. That's insane. That's insane. A 30-point difference in the paint. San Antonio came out and they basically said, we are going to pound the rock right down your throat. And there's nothing you can do about it. And you want to try to come and attack the rim? We are going to shut you down. And they've done it. And Wembanyama has been a massive reason why. I mean, he is. I was a doubter of his going into this postseason. I question how he could handle and hold up physically in a series like this. And if they got to the conference finals, a third series, which they're a game away from doing. But he got ejected last game, and I was on him. Rightfully so. I mean, he cost his team the game. They could be wrapping up this series tonight if he didn't get ejected out of the last game. Because Minnesota still barely hung on to win with Wemby only playing a quarter and a half. But game 3, he had a 39-point, 15-rebound masterpiece. Tonight, 27 and 17. He has been incredible. He has lived up to the hype. He has, in his first postseason, not shied away from the moment. And again, outside of getting ejected last game, he has dominated. And game 1, he struggled. Since game 1, two of these games, you can say he disappointed. Game 1, he only scored 11 points and they lost. Game 4, he gets himself tossed for elbowing Naz Reid in the neck. 3 other games, he's been dominant. He's been dominant, and they've won all 3 of those games. And just a 30-point discrepancy in the paint, man. That's unbelievable. With Minnesota, with how good Minnesota is and how much size they have and the ability to get to the bucket and their ability to keep teams out of the paint, and San Antonio has just destroyed them at their, I don't know if I would say at their own game, but they've destroyed them in the paint. 2 teams that are very big, very physical, and San Antonio has crushed them in that regard. Again, 66-36 in points in the paint. That is the story of Game 5. Spurs are up by 25 with 2 minutes left. It's a blowout. It is a blowout. And I'm still holding on hope for Minnesota. I still think they can win this series. They have to win Game 6. And they have San Antonio has largely been the better team. I mean, Minnesota, the 2 games they've won, they haven't been blowouts. They both came down to the wire. San Antonio now has 2 blowout victories here. But again, it doesn't matter if you win by 2 or by 32. All that matters is you win. and you got to win 4 of them. So Minnesota back at home on game 6, which will be on Friday night. Get 2 days off to rest up and recover. That gives Anthony Edwards, if he's still not at 100%, that gives him now 2 days off for the first time this entire series to get there and get rested up. I expect a massive game from him. But Rudy Gobert is going to be the key. He has got to lock down Wemby. And not lock him down. I mean, he's just got to prevent him from going nuclear, which is what he's done now in 2 of the last full games that he's played in. And then, again, I want to see chaos. I want to see Minnesota disrupt what probably most neutral basketball fans want to see. But we are now one Spurs win away from getting Spurs Thunder, which might break records. I would venture to say that's going to break viewership records. You get the viewership numbers if the Spurs win, and you get Spurs Thunder, and you get a competitive series that goes at least 6 games. That'll probably break viewership records for the most watched series of all time. And I think once we get to the conference finals, I'm pretty sure we're not jumping back and forth. We're not jumping back and forth between networks. I believe the Western Conference will be all on ABC. And I believe the Eastern Conference is all on NBC. Let me see if I can double check that here really quickly. Let's see. I don't think they have. Yeah, I'll have to double check that. Obviously the finals are all on ABC. But, makes it difficult. You're going to lose, you lose a little bit of viewership if you have, you got Prime Video. And then if, NBC is NBC, I mean, that's national. I know it says Peacock, but like you get to the conference finals, that game would be on NBC. And then ESPN is ESPN. They'll get good viewership no matter what. So I guess as long as no disrespect to them, because they've gotten some pretty good viewership, and I love the broadcast teams, Ian Eagle, Kevin Harlan, but like, Prime Video, you're forcing folks to go out of their way to find those games. If you have the Spurs, and if it's Spurs Thunder Western Conference Finals on one network, I'm telling you, that's going to break records for viewership. But I'm holding out hope that Minnesota can win Game 6 and then steal Game 7, which would be on the road back in San Antonio on Sunday. But final minute, and it is a 30-point blowout for the Spurs. A game that they led by double digits multiple times. T-Wolves came back to make it close multiple times, but San Antonio pulled away for good about middle to the late stages of the third quarter, and Victor Wembanyama with another absurd performance. By the way, Combs is telling me in the show chat, the Eastern Conference Finals are all on ESPN, and the Western Conference Finals are all on NBC. There you go. So you'll have Mike Breen doing Knicks versus either Pistons or the Cavs. And you'll have, I'm assuming it'll be Tirico on every call. I don't think they would switch it up. And I think Mike Tirico is the number 1 team ahead of Noah Eagle. So you'd have Mike Tirico on every call for the Western Conference Finals. And you'd have Mike Breen on the call for all the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN. Okay. All right, we'll take one final break. When we come back, we'll finish off with 1 or 2 more hot or cold. We only got to 1 earlier. So we'll go do some more hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. But I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
I play a lot of fantasy football, so there is a fantasy football tinge to this question, but it's also an important real-life question as well. Where is Jonathan Brooks at in his recovery from another injury? Because I think a lot of people, whether you play fantasy or not, real life, really excited about him when you guys drafted him a couple years ago. Because you like Rico's not on the team anymore, so I'm guessing you guys have expectations for Jonathan. Where is he at in his rehab right now?
Yeah, I just came in from practice out there, and he looks great. He looks really good. He's moving really well. He's cutting really well. We're really optimistic on where he's headed. Man, he's put so much work in and went through so much, like in terms of injuries, and that can take a toll on a young man, in this league. So he's done a great job. He's been a pro. He's so mature. He's such a great guy. So we're excited for him personally, and excited for us as a team to get him back.
The Oklahoma City Thunder essentially have been running up a credit card bill. And the bill gon' be due in the next round against either Minnesota or San Antonio. So yeah, it has been lollipops and sunshine and roses and cookies and ice cream and whatever pleasurable thing you want to throw out there for OKC. 2 series, 8 wins, 0 losses. It's about to get tougher. And now, for the first time this postseason, we can say this. They have to get J-Dub back. You need J-Dub. You have to have Jalen Williams. The better Jalen Williams. Not J-Will. Again, how insane is this? There's a J-Dub and a J-Will. Not J-Will. They need J-Dub. Obviously had the hamstring injury, has had multiple injuries this season. Have to have him. How close do you guys actually think you are right now?
Listen, like we're making progress every year is what I can say. Like I think our team's getting better and better. Bryce is in the same system now for 3 years in a row, which obviously helps out, having that continuity between the head coach, the quarterback, and just the team in general, and like creating your culture and just figuring all the little details out that make a building run the way that it should run. So yeah, we feel like we're headed in the right direction. I always say it every interview, and I truly believe it is why I say it. Like we have to put the work in first and foremost. Like if we don't put the work in and we're not earning it out on the football field, then nothing's really going to matter during the season. So I think as long as we continue to stay hungry, earn everything, and just kind of earn our arrival.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. It's gone final, and the Spurs crushed the Timberwolves by 29 points, 126-97, the final score. I mean, it's not even like they led that fourth quarter by 15 points for most of the way, and then they emptied the benches, and then the Spurs bench basically was just raining threes. So I would say the scoreline looks harsh to Minnesota, but again, they got down by 15 out of the gate. They come back and get it to a 2-point game. Then they go down by 18. They come back and they tie the game in the third quarter. And then they get down again by 20. And it came back and got it within, 11, got it somewhat close. But it's like, how many slow starts can you afford to get off to? How many times are you going to come out of the gate and be down by 15 points immediately? It's happened in 3 out of the 5 games in this series where they're down big immediately. And for the longest time, I wasn't a believer of this Minnesota team. When they made the conference finals 2 years ago, I thought it was stunning. I thought it was stunning. And that was a team with Karl Anthony Towns. And that's when Anthony Edwards really stepped into being a force, because that was the year they won the first 2 games in Denver. And then the Nuggets won 3 in a row. And I thought there was no chance Minnesota didn't have a prayer of coming back to win that series. They beat the Nuggets by 45 freaking points and then went on the road and came back from 20 points down in Game 7 to beat Denver. And I was floored by that. And then they got crushed by Luka Doncic and the Mavericks in the conference finals. Last year, they smoked the Lakers in the first round, and then they get the gift of Steph Curry being hurt. Would they have won that series if Steph Curry was healthy? Who knows? But they made back-to-back conference finals, and they got crushed by the Thunder in the conference finals last year. And then they underperformed in the regular season, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, this team doesn't have it. And I picked the Nuggets to win that first-round series against them when we did our playoff bracket predictions. And they beat the Nuggets and knocked them out again while being shorthanded. So I don't understand how a team that has this much postseason pedigree, that has had this much success, that has knocked out teams that are on paper are better than them, how they have come out of the gate just looking completely flat for the majority of this series. Like, you would think the roles are reversed, that this is most of the guys on this team's first time in the postseason, and San Antonio's been here, that they're in Minnesota shoes, that they've been into the conference finals back-to-back years. It's jarring to me. Again, they still have another opportunity to send this to a winner-take-all Game 7. If they can win at home on Friday night, they've been a much better team at home this year, even in the regular season, in the postseason. But, that first quarter is going to be real telling. They get down double digits again in the first quarter. This team's got, they do have spine, but I just don't know if they can get down 10, 15 points in the first quarter and come back again. I just don't see it happening. So they're down to their final bullet. And then on the ice, Ducks and the Golden Knights still tied 1 apiece, second period. Again, earlier tonight, the Sabres beat the Canadiens 3-2 to force to tie that series up at two games apiece. All right, we got about 2 minutes. Let's hit one more hot or cold here. Let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Combs, I'll let you pick any of the available prompts. We write down 8 new ones each per night, and then we only end up getting to 1 or 2. So finish off with whatever you want here.
I'm going to go with this one tonight because it's fresh. The White Sox win again against the Kansas City Royals. The White Sox, who are a game and a half behind the Guardians in the Central, will spend at least 1 day in first place before July 1st. Hot or cold?
They'll spend at least 1 day in first place. I'll go hot. They're only a game and a half out of first place here. They're 20-21. They've got a negative 13 run differential, but basically all but 4 teams in the American League have a negative run differential. They've won 3 in a row. Top of that pitching staff is pretty damn good. Murakami is a beast, and they're on a heater. They were 6 games under 500 just a couple of weeks ago. So since then, they're 9-4. And they play the Royals for 2 more games. Then they play your Cubbies. And you would think that would be tough. But again, you're telling me July 1st they'll spend at least just one day in first? With how mediocre that entire AL Central has been, I'll go hot.
Yeah, after the Cubs, they've got Seattle and then San Francisco. But then they've got Minnesota, Detroit, Minnesota again before they play Philly, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and the Yankees in succession. I don't think that they're going to spend a day in first place. I don't think they're going to catch Cleveland, and I think that they're going to run into a gauntlet here at the beginning of June when they go at Philly, against the Braves in here in Chicago, against the Dodgers here in Chicago, and then at New York against the Yankees for 12 straight games. That's just, I mean, that's going to be a gauntlet.
Well, all they had to do is spend one day in first, according to you, Combs. All right, that's all the time we have for here tonight. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Monty. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, and, of course, my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on BetMGM Tonight.
Look at this best of 3 coming up, because that's what it is now with the Cavs and the Pistons. As less Cleveland versus Detroit and more Donovan Mitchell versus Cade Cunningham. Donovan Mitchell, for all of the wonderful accolades and achievements throughout his career, has never been to a conference final. Hasn't happened. Cade Cunningham is obviously at the beginning of this now. Playoff appearance last year. Now, obviously, carried the Pistons to that series win against Orlando down 3-1. In MVP consideration this year. There is so much on the line in these next few games for Cleveland and Detroit. And yes, obviously, a lot's on the line for the two teams. But a lot's also on the line for these 2 star players. Who's going to show up? Who's going to show out? It is my belief that whichever star plays better between Cade and Donovan Mitchell, that team moves on to take on my Knicks in the Eastern Conference Final. I have to be real with everybody. You know I like the Cavs before the series. I'll take Cade over Donovan Mitchell. Are we really going to do this thing where it's like, he sucks? He's not good anymore. He's not worthy of making a lot of money next year? Are we going to do that? Look, you can hate him. You can be like Dylan Brooks, one of the great trolls of our time, showing up with, I got to tell you something, man. He's with Paul Wall and Nelly. Rob the jewelry store and tell him, make me a grill. With that grill Dylan Brooks had on last night. You can hate LeBron James. That's fine. I'm not telling you have to like him or dislike him. You can feel however you want to feel. But what I won't accept on this show is if you're going to come on and deny what's happening on the court, on the field, on the pitch, whatever. He's still great. He's still not good. He's still great. any team in the NBA, any of them, starting with the Lakers, we could put the Cavs in the mix. Obviously, that's an easy one. Easy dots to connect. We'll see how the next couple games go. We'll see how this goes against the Pistons, right? Or you could talk about if things go poorly for the Knicks moving forward, and I pray that doesn't happen as a Knicks fan. The Thunder, seriously, you can hate him. That's fine. I don't care what you like or don't like. That's your, I like and dislike things. That's fine. Are we really going to say that any team in the NBA wouldn't be better with LeBron James? Every team in the league should be lining up to sign LeBron because he's still awesome. He's not good. He's great. He's great.